Come and tap in the most interactive. I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh. I am the God. Flesh with God. I see one. 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 Come and tap in the most interactive. I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh. I am the God. Flesh with God. I see one. 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 Come and tap in the most interactive. I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh. I am the God. Flesh with God. I see one. 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 Come and tap in the most interactive. I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh. I am the God. Flesh with God. I see one. 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 Come and tap in the most interactive. I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh. I am the God. Flesh with God. I see one. 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 Come and tap in the most interactive. I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh. I am the God. Flesh with God. I see one. 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 Come and tap in the most interactive. I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh. I am the God. Flesh with God. I see one. 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 Come and tap in the most interactive.
Yo, 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 peace to the fam, peace to the fam. What up, what up? Welcome all. As you know, we getting back into that ASAP Rocky trial. Looking like they a little behind, but that's alright. Welcome, family. What up, Tac Clouds? I see you in the building. FFS, what's good, family? I see you. Appreciate you joining. Trying a little something up in here. Miss D55, good afternoon, good people. Shout out to you in the building. What up, what up? I see you. While we waiting on them, we got this other thing that's going down up in Fulton County with Judge McBurney criminal calendar. We could get into some of that while we waiting on ASAP. Good afternoon. Laugh always, have fun. What's good, family? I see you. Appreciate you joining. And hold on. Oh, wrong name. Hold on. Let me change that. As we coming in, big shout out to Cha Diggy. for the donation. Let me get your name, put some respect on your name. I got FFS name up there. My bad. There we go. Boom. Shout out to Cha Diggy. Y'all drop some slime brothers for Cha. Appreciate the support, family. With the big $20 donation. Appreciate the love. All right, let's get into it. We're gonna start off today with what's this? Judge McBurney. Check this out. It's a little something I was watching this morning. This was live today too, so this is fresh. But let's get into it, family. Appreciate y'all being here. Let's see, full screen. Boom, right here. Oh, TV. All right, here we go.
Florida side, Bravo 3, 2 Sierra Charlotte, from the vehicle that suspect from the east point, from the Parkway Road, coming up on 138.
And at this point, have you turned on your blue lights and sirens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is the suspect vehicle directly in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's the speed limit on this posted? Okay. Light traffic, speed 100. We're passing every. Light traffic. Okay. I'm going to go to the very end of the video at the 2 minute and 59-second mark. Do you see the vehicle do you see the vehicle that the car first collides with?
Yes, it hits the yellow trailer that it's about to hit right there.
Okay. Now I'm going to move to dash cam part 2.
So the video showed that you slowed way down when you got to that high traffic area. So you moved from woods to like a retail area or commercial district. It didn't seem like the other car slowed down. All of a sudden, then there was a big distance between the two of you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I was just making sure I cleared the intersection without, hitting anybody.
All right, look like we'll get back into that because they getting ready to start up. Oh, wait, nope, not yet. All right, we can get that while I get this other one set up. That's the wrong one anyway.
Okay.
All right. Now, is this the exact continuation from where we left off on the last video? All right. And for the record, this is dash cam 2.
About 41, stand by. 41 is Wendy.
I'm going to back it up. Can you
Look like that
point
is the
where
only
the actual collision happens? If you tap the bottom of your screen, you know what?
You can,
Okay.
You should be able to mark and tap the screen anywhere. Just tap the screen once. Cool.
ASAP Reldy is going to be called to the stand today, is that right?
That is the plan, yeah.
All right, very important witness to both sides.
Your Honor, just so you know, he's in the court right now. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I wanted to make you aware of that.
Where is what's your first name? Terrell. That's one R and two L's. EPHRON. All right. Mr. Efron is an extremely important witness to both sides. That's patently obvious. The jury is entitled to know him and about him, consistent with case law and statutory law. The parameters of questioning that I am permitting is based on my consideration of a number of factors, including the evidence code, specifically all aspects of evidence code section 352, the probative value weighed against prejudice, the relevance to issues that the jury will have to decide and discuss, and both sides advocating for their client, and above all, fairness to both sides. The rulings on what Mr. Efron can be questioned about on direct examination and cross-examination is final, with no input from either side. He can be called, he's been identified as ASAP Relly. He's also been identified as Terrell Efron. Depending on how you wish to address him, you can call him either Relly or Mr. Efron. He is not to be asked any question that asks of him. Oh, and I mentioned, I had told counsel before that they could record what I'm saying now for future, in the future, for later today or any other time. And the people are welcome to also.
We have one more thing.
Oh, you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I'll start again. As I said, he can be called by both parties, either Relly or Mr. Efron, whatever the counsel feels most comfortable with. He is not to be asked any question that asks of him or accuses him of being a thief, a liar, an extortionist, or any other derogatory term. He's not to be accused of any type of name. Final argument is a different story. This only applies to how he's going to be addressed. I don't want, well, isn't it true you're a liar, or, you're an extortionist, or, are you a drug dealer, or anything like that. That is not to be asked. He can be asked about felony convictions involving moral turpitude. I have not seen a rap sheet of Mr. Efron. Does Mr. Efron have any felony convictions?
No.
So if he has no felony convictions, obviously he has no felony convictions involving moral turpitude.
I agree.
And you reviewed his rap sheet?
I did.
I had written in my notes here that if he has felony convictions, I wanted to review his review his rap sheet before he testifies under Evidence Code Section 352. But if he has no felony convictions, then there's no reason for me to examine a rap sheet, even assuming he has one. He is not to be asked about any other involvement in any other criminal activity in which there was no felony conviction. All of that is off limits. So if there has been illegal conduct in the past, if it did not result in a felony conviction involving moral turpitude, it's off limits. The relationship between Rocky and Relly is fair game. All personal contact between Relly and Rocky from the date of the shooting to the present is fair game. Any statement by Relly to anyone regarding his seeking money from Rocky both pre-incident and post-incident, is fair game. Any personal contact between Relly and Rocky of any kind which predate the shooting by 2 years is fair game. Statements made by Relly to anyone about Rocky for a period from 1 year from 1 year prior to the incident to the present day. If Relly made statements on social media regarding Rocky, that's fair game. Voicemail, fair game. Oral statements made to any person, to anyone, is fair game, as long as, if there's a denial, the recipient must be available. If Relly says he didn't make the statement. Any written statements by Relly to anyone is fair game. The recipient, however, must be available if Relly denies that he made that written statement. Recorded or oral telephone conversations in which Relly is a party is not permitted under under Penal Code Section 632, unless all parties to the conversation consent to the recording. Those are the parameters, and that's in stone.
Your Honor, we have just questions, not questions, we have specific questions of what they can and cannot.
I just set forth the parameters. If you think that something contravenes what I just said, lodge an objection.
Okay.
I'm not going to do any clarifying because it would take us forever for both sides to go through question after question. I set parameters. Both of you know. If you think that on either side, if a question contravenes these parameters, lodge an objection. All right, different topic. Does the prop gun exist?
Your Honor, do you want the witness to go out of the now?
What witness? Yes, because we're going to be talking about evidence. Yeah, yes, please step out.
Your Honor, while he's here, the court wanted to inquire of him on the issue of whether he's willing to speak to the defense.
All right, yes. Mr. Relly, the defense, I know you've been interviewed in the past and you've been examined in court a number of times. The defense would like to, I guess, question you further and get an update on any information. It's your decision whether you want to or not. It's optional. You can say, yes, I'm willing to be interviewed, and if you are, that's fine. If you don't want to be interviewed, then you don't have to. It's your decision. But they want to know whether you're willing to sit for an interview. So what's your response?
I respectfully decline.
Okay, all right. Can you step out, and we'll have you come back in when we're ready for you.
Can we just make sure, I don't know if either of the defense witnesses are in court right now.
Okay. Well, I'm going to.
So just before we were going to, either the court can.
We're going to deal with that.
No, but the court was starting to talk about evidence in the case, and I wanted to make sure they were not in here while the court was going to talk about that.
Yeah. So Mr. Levin and Mr. Phillips, they are not in court. All right. All right. Does the prop gun exist?
The prop gun existed, yes.
Does it exist now?
I don't know if it exists now. Are you asking, do we have, or are we going to produce it?
Yes.
No.
All right, well, that answers that question. All right, let's deal with Mr. Levin. Is he outside?
Yes.
All right, can you have him come in?
Well, you can't prove it's not a prop gun.
And I don't see any reason why Relly can't. Now, do you?
I mean, I think technically, obviously, we're going to be asking questions that go to this area. And counsel, I don't have a problem with being here. If counsel has an objection, I think we'd be well.
Do you see any reason why he can't be in here? Well, I'm going to be talking now about Levin and Phillips, so I'm not talking anymore.
I don't think he should be in here.
If you don't think he should be in here, then he's.
And I don't think Levin should be in here after you've done with me.
He doesn't need to be. I just. Are you Mr. Levin?
I am.
Okay. What's your first name, Mr. Levin?
Lewis, L-O-U-I-S.
Deputy Bennett, could you give him a piece of paper? On the piece of paper, I want you to write your birthday down.
Yes.
I don't want you to say it in open court because this is being recorded and, you know, the public doesn't need to know what your birthday is.
Okay.
Once you write down your birthday on the piece of paper, give it to Deputy Bennett. Deputy Bennett, give it to the prosecutors and they can investigate.
Damn, his birthday up in this mug. What up, Chada Scottum? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining.
You done that?
Shout out to you.
All right, Mr. Levin, the prosecutors, they want the opportunity to interview you before you take the stand. It's optional. You can agree to do it, or you can refuse to do it. It's just totally up to you. Were you advised of this?
No.
All right. These are the prosecutors, and they just want to explore what you have to offer in this case. Are you willing to be interviewed by them?
No.
All right. Step up here.
Mayor, can the witness be advised that the failure to...
Oh, yeah. I just want you to know, and Relly will be told the same thing. By refusing, this can be brought out on cross-examination that you refused to be interviewed by the prosecution, which could impact your credibility. But that's totally your decision. If you don't want to talk to the prosecutors, you don't have to. If you agree to, you can. But I just want you to know of the consequences.
I understand that.
You still don't want to speak with them?
Correct.
All right.
I'm assuming he can give an answer as to why he doesn't want to. Correct.
Yeah, if he's asked?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Of course. If he's asked, if he's confronted with, isn't it true that we wanted to speak to you and you refused, he'll say yes. And then the prosecution asks, or you can ask, why did you refuse? Sure. If it's touched on direct, it can be touched on, if it's touched on cross-examination, you can touch on it on redirect. All right, step out, please.
Thank you.
What about Phillips?
Your Honor, before we go on to Mr. Phillips, we still do not have, counsel has never provided the date of the interview with him, how many there were.
Would you wait? I have things in a certain order. What about Phillips? Where is Phillips?
He's in New
He's
York.
in New York?
He's in New York, but we contacted him and alerted him to the fact.
Okay,
that
call him. Can you call him?
Sure. Okay, now you are.
Did you get the birth date on Mr. Levin?
Yes.
Okay.
White pecan chicken in the building. What's good? Wilma Keller. What's good, family?
What is Phillips' first name?
Jamel. Jamel? Yes.
Jamel.
Berta S. What up, family? Appreciate you joining.
Can you put are you able to put on speakerphone?
Yes. All right, Your Honor, Mr. Phillips is here on speakerphone.
All right. Mr. Jamel Phillips?
Hello, how you doing?
All right. Kathy? All right, Mr. Phillips, I'm the judge in the case. You're aware of the case, yes?
Yes, sir.
All right. Two things I want to inquire of you. At some point, you're going to be coming to court to testify. You're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
All right. The prosecution would like the opportunity to interview you before you take the stand, just to find out what you have to offer and what you have to say. It's optional with you. You can either you can agree to be interviewed, or you can refuse. Are you aware of this? Are you aware of this?
Yes, sir.
All right. Will you agree to be interviewed or not?
No, I do not want to be interviewed.
All right. I want you to know, though, if you refuse, then the jury is going to know that you refuse to be interviewed by the prosecution, and it could impact your believability or credibility in the eyes of the jury. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to have you take an off speakerphone, and the phone is going to be given to the bailiff. Mr. Phillips, I want you to give your birth date to the bailiff. No one is going to be able to hear it except her. She's going to write down your birth date, and she's going to give it to the prosecution, because the prosecution is entitled to at least look into your background, and part of that is required that you give your birth date. But it is not going to be broadcasted or publicized in any way.
Your Honor, the court also requires whether or not he has a residence outside of New York, or has had a residence outside of New York.
Do you live here in California?
No.
Do you have a residence here in California?
No, not in my name. No.
Not what?
No.
Do you have a residence anywhere beside New York?
No.
All right, so when you were out here, were you just visiting?
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead and take it off speakerphone. All right, and Deputy Bennett, let him know when he's off speakerphone, and then have him give you the birthday.
Boy said, nah, I don't want to testify.
Do you want him on like 24-hour call, or is that handled? Okay. Say again?
We'll handle it.
Allie in the building. What
All
up,
right, you have a
family?
birthday?
We did.
All right, getting back to Mr. Levin, since he's being called as a witness, how many times has he been interviewed by anybody from your office?
Sure, twice, Your Honor.
Okay, when was the first time?
Mid-August, Your Honor.
About 24?
24.
And where did the interview take place?
In our office in Manhattan.
Was the interview recorded in any way?
It was not.
Who was present for the interview?
Ms. Takina and Ms. Lanzoni, along with myself.
How long did the interview last?
I'm trying to recall, Your Honor. About an hour and a half.
All right. Hour and a half. And nobody took notes or prepared a written statement as to what Mr. Levin said?
No, Your Honor, it was a conversation.
I had said that the people are entitled to at least know the sum and substance. Since there's no written recording of what happened, the people are entitled to know the sum and substance of your conversation. So that is to be generated today.
We did that, Your Honor. We provided it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. The court, if the court recalls, Your Honor, the court made an order that they were supposed to turn over the discovery.
Did they?
Well, what we originally got was we got a paragraph saying he was going to talk about his observations, not what the observations were. The day before we started trial on the 20th, we got approximately a 15-line summary that certainly would not take an hour and a half. With no dates as to when the interview occurred. Nothing about who was there. By the way, even now, what they're just told the court is there's an interview in mid-August. They can't even say what date it was. And what they gave us was simply apparently a combination
What's
of
the date?
everything he said.
I know you know what date it is, so what's the date?
Survivor speaks. Get there safely, fam.
16th or 17th, Your Honor.
All right. When was the second time you interviewed him? About. No, not about. When was the second time?
Your Honor, of course, I'd like to have questions to avail with too, right? On this. I mean, we have the same issues with some of their witnesses, right?
All right. Well, let's deal with this, and then I'll listen to what you have to say. All right. When was the second time?
It was the 26th, Your Honor.
So 10 days later?
No.
No, 2 days ago, January 26th.
Oh. Where did that interview take place?
That was at our hotel.
How long did that interview take?
Yeah, about the same amount of time, Your Honor, an hour and a half.
So, was that interview recorded in any way?
No,
That's not me. That's them, family. But while they on froze real quick, Chada Scott, we working out some things with the memberships. And where they go? Let me see.
3 hours worth of interviews. We had a total of about 15 lines. The court's aware, on the 20th, the court expressed skepticism. On the 15th.
I'm not sure that was them, but yeah, shout out to Chada Scott. We working out some things. Appreciate you being here, though. Shout out to Survivor Speaks. Drive safe out there. We back into it.
The court expressed skepticism that the defense did not record it, did not write anything down, did not have any substance as to what was said.
Right.
So apparently, after the court gave that lecture, they conduct another interview 2 days ago, where again, they don't record it, they don't make any notes about it, and they don't turn anything over.
They're not required to. If they choose to do their job that way, then they do their job that way.
They are required to let us know that they have interviewed the defendant or the witness.
Yeah.
They have to let us know that interview took place, when it took place, who was there. It appears, again, I'm not going to pull punches. It's very clear what's going on.
All right, so what do you suggest?
Well, what I suggest is I find it completely disingenuous that we have 3 hours now worth of interviews. We got a total of about 15 lines. Very little detail about what's going on. And so if all of a sudden he ends up testifying to more detail than he gave, and the court already has because we've sent it, if he ends up testifying to more detail than what he has previously provided in this miniaturized summary, then we got a discovery violation.
Who's going to be questioned? All right. Are you going to be going into any subjects or areas that are not covered in what you gave to the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
So there is nothing that you are going to ask about that does not fall within the summary.
That's correct.
Correct. Okay, then I think there's been I think discovery's been satisfied.
Well, at least this point,
Right.
we can't demonstrate the discovery's not been satisfied because he hasn't testified yet. Does the court really believe that we have 3 hours of interviews and 15 lines? I don't.
I have. This is not the first time I've been aware that lawyers don't take notes of interviews. If Mr. Siegel represents to me that no notes were taken, or Mr. Tacopina represents to me that no notes were taken, I have no basis to disbelieve it. Would I do it that way? No. But if they choose to do it that way, that's their choice. He told you, Mr. Siegel just told you, that any topic that's going to be inquired about is in the summary that you've got. So for now, discovery has been provided. All right, let's talk about Phillips. When was the first time Phillips was interviewed?
That's what
Oh, is 1 week?
We were just talking about Levin.
no, that was
11. We were just talking about Levin,
okay.
right? We're not talking about Phillips. All right. When was the first time Mr. Phillips was interviewed?
It was a week after we interviewed this letter.
All right, around August 23rd?
That's right.
And where did that happen?
In the office.
Okay, and who was present for that?
Same circumstances, Mr. Tacopina, Ms. Lanzoni, and myself.
And how long did that interview take?
Yeah, about an hour, Your Honor.
1 hour? No notes?
No
Or
notes.
no report?
No.
Did you provide a detailed outline of the sum and substance?
We did. At the same time, we provided that detailed substance.
Now, do you intend to go into any areas with Mr. Phillips that are...
Shit, that's what the state do all the time, right? Don't they always come in the courtroom saying they ain't got no notes and no reports? So what? Who to say the defense can't do it too?
not within the summary that you provided to the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, how many other times did you interview?
That was it.
That's the only time?
That's right.
Just so it's clear, Your Honor, we were provided literally with about 12 lines of Mr. Levin's alleged testimony. The issue is not.
We're talking about Phillips now.
Excuse me, Levin was 12 lines, Phillips was 18 lines.
Okay.
And I should just add that the issue is not that they're not going to cover a new area. It's that, as an example, when Mr. Phillips is talking about the actual incident, there's very little information there. It would appear, as the court is aware, the first thing that they said in discovery was that the witness would testify, quote, about his observations during the incident. So they then follow it up with, well, okay, we're now going to tell you apparently a little bit about what he's going to say. So again, Your Honor, this is our concern. Because we've been provided with so little of what actually happened, it's not that we're going to introduce a new topic. It's that all of a sudden, these witnesses are going to get on the stand, and the amount of detail they are going to give is going to be completely inconsistent with the minimal information that we were given. When you add in the fact, and again, they're not required to take notes, but they are absolutely required to immediately after provide, if they're not going to take notes or record, an accurate summary and statements of what the witness has said. So our concern is we basically were given nothing, almost zero. They're going to get up on the stand after, again, 2 hours for one, an hour for one, 3 hours prior to the other, and they're going to testify in greater detail. That, when you combine that with the prior attempts and not turning over discovery, even after the court's order, leads to the inescapable conclusion that they're not complying with the meaning of the letter in the court's order. So I understand the court doesn't have anything it can do now, but the court has been furnished with the discovery they provided. It's not a long read, as I said.
I haven't been provided anything.
It's in, I believe it's in the emails that we have sent. If not, I will give the court a copy, but it's literally on one page for both of them.
If I'm understanding you, Mr. Siegel, that any topic that you're going to cover on direct examination,
I'll be doing this, Mr. Phillips.
All right. Am I correct in assuming that any question that is asked on direct examination by either counsel or Mr. Levin and Mr. Phillips is encompassed in the summary that's been given to the prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I just wanted to yes or no. All right.
I'd like to say more than one word.
Wait. All right. I don't see any other...
There you go. Is that a little better? We got that yellow tint up out of there for you. Let me know what y'all think.
topics to go into. All right.
In terms of, on this issue of total.
For now,
there's a couple of other issues that people have. The first issue relates to, it's not just the real evidence of profit. We've been furnished with only 2 witnesses at the call.
Right.
It is our understanding there will be no other witnesses that will be called to testify about profit. The court's aware. Counsel and I have been asking for days, in emails the court is talking to you, are you planning on producing the gun in this case?
He said no.
Well, they refused to answer that question the last week we've been asking. They've also answered the second question, are they now planning, which would be against the court's discovery order, to call any other witness regarding the profit information? Can the court please inquire? We've only been told there's 2 witnesses they're calling, plus maybe the defendant.
So, any other witnesses that you intend to call or reasonably intend to call?
But the only possibility is sitting right to my right, Your Honor, right?
All right, so it's either the Levin, Phillips, and Rocky, or just Levin and Phillips?
Yeah.
The next issue that we would have, Your Honor, is we want to make sure. There have been times where counsel has asked to approach, but he still wanted to be on the record. Our position going forward is that unless it is something having to do with an issue with the jury, the prior times occurred before the jury was selected. Counsel made certain arguments in open court, then he asked to approach, and he made different arguments, but he wanted to do it on the record. Unless the court orders it, and there's a good reason. The last time this happened, Your Honor, as the court is aware, counsel elected at his request to give a speech that he was very happy with this jury. He wanted it to be known that he was happy with the jury.
Give a speech to
Your Honor,
who? Stop, don't interrupt.
Okay, fine.
You'll have a chance.
Oh, I know, but he should.
You'll have a chance.
I know
Wait
what
till
he's
he
doing right
finishes, then you will have a
now.
chance.
I know what he's doing right now.
Do not interrupt neither of you interrupt the other.
He said, I need to say something in open court. And then he made a statement about how they were very happy with the jury. Clearly, it didn't matter for the court. He then asked to approach. When we asked to approach, he said he wanted to do it on the record. On the record. But outside the press.
Judge ain't putting up with that shit today, huh? He like, nah, we ain't doing that Glanville stuff.
He then complains about jury selection, about a specific juror, etc. We are not going to participate in Mr. Tapapina's attempts to manipulate the media. Again, that ties into the fact that when the case started, I very kindly said to Mr. Tapapina, hey, listen, I know you've been speaking to the media before trial. There was no order, you have every right. Are you going to be saying anything once the trial started? He assured me in front of my co-counsel, the response was, John, I would never do that. I won't be saying anything to the press. Meantime, he is speaking, I already sent the court this, he's speaking to TMZ, he likes to say things to the press as he leaves the building. We took him at his word that he wasn't going to be talking to the press while the pendency of this trial was going on. This is necessity. As an example, we ended up hearing his arguments basically about the jury issues repeated by Al Sharpton. We're not going to try this case in the press. We're going to ask the court at this point to order Mr. Tapapina to not speak to the press during the pendency of this trial.
Okay, I guess I'll start in reverse, Your Honor. First of all, I'd like him to provide a quote of what I said to the press, because one thing I've never done is speak about the facts of this case since the jury's been out. Never. Okay? But I do have here a quote from the district attorney, Mr. Hoffman, who did quote to Extra that he appreciates any time defense counsel is pretty sure they're going to prevail, but we don't bring cases unless we're very sure we can win those cases by establishing and meeting our burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I believe that when we see the evidence that's going to be presented in this case, we'll meet that burden. So that's their district attorney. Okay? So I should be able to rebut something like that. That's different. That's saying we're going to win the case, we know the evidence, and we'll meet our burden. I talked about nothing other than the potential issues with the jury. I didn't speak about the facts. I didn't speak about Mr. Efron. And I won't do that. Now, the last thing he said was I spoke to TMZ. Again, I defy him to provide to the court what I spoke about, because I didn't violate any order. First of all, there's no order. But I certainly, I know enough not to speak about the facts of the case. By the way, I did an opening statement to the jury. Certainly, I would never say anything outside of that opening statement, but I didn't even do that, Your Honor. I simply talked about the issue with the jury. And the reason I did that is because he just did again what he did the other day. Stood up and said, we're not happy with this jury. Try and get that message back to the jury that we're not happy with them. That is not the case. But, Your Honor, the reason I raised the issue about maybe we would have selected a different jury, or certainly a different juror or two, is because of the late disclosure of the ballistics report after the jury was impounded. And we have a right to make that record. It doesn't mean I'm unhappy with the jury. So, speaking of disingenuous, we're going to now get into disingenuous. But I did nothing but protect the record, protect my client.
That's just like the prosecution. Always twisting people's words, twisting their stuff, twisting the facts. What's going on with them? What up, Jazzy T? I see you in the building, family. Appreciate you joining. We getting into it. Y'all see this mess, man? This crooked-ass prosecution already. This trial ain't even started yet. And they already about to end it because they be on some BS.
So that's first and foremost. So again, the issue that I spoke about off record was caused by their late disclosure of a report that was generated over a year ago by their lead detective in this case. That Mr. Lewin wants everyone to believe he just stumbled upon 3 days ago. He just stumbled upon 3 days ago.
You don't have to whisper, just talk.
Try to get that middle ground there.
Just talk in a normal tone of voice.
That he just stumbled upon 3 days ago.
That is his normal tone of voice.
All these accusations about that's disingenuous, I don't believe it. Well, I don't believe that they just found that report from their lead detective who they interacted on a daily basis in this case 3 days ago. I don't believe it. That was done in January 2020.
I already made findings.
I understand
In
you
my
did.
view, nothing nefarious. I don't want to go over things that we've already gone
Well,
over.
we just did. We still haven't doing.
He's asking that that both sides be directed not to make comments to the press. That's what he's asking for now. I'm not poking fingers. I'm not accusing anybody of any unethical conduct. Let's just move forward. Here's what I want to
I
happen.
have more things.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, I just listened to it.
Go.
Okay. Now, we heard a little about the discovery issues about, this not being enough. I mean, I think this is incredibly detailed when it comes to Mr. Phillips, especially if this is a videotape. This is really detailed. Tell us what he's going to observe at the scene, what he's going to testify to, what he observed at the scene. Putting that aside.
Based on what I've heard, I am satisfied, under the circumstances, that both sides have satisfied this discovery rules. So there's no reason to go over about whether you have complied with discovery. I already found that you did.
Okay, now I want to talk about Ben. There was a police officer, the first one out of the box, Sergeant Zizzo.
Right.
The only thing we have from them, because, I assume the rules apply to both sides, right? The only thing we have from them is a few-line email saying we spoke to him on Wednesday. He testified Friday, recall. We spoke to him on Wednesday, and Jack, you have the email? Here's what we have from them on Officer Zizzo. That they spoke to him on Wednesday, which the officer denied on the witness stand, by the way. He said the first time he spoke to him on substance was the day of his testimony. He said that he advised the district attorney that he responded to the shooting while on patrol, and it's common occurrence that the receiver called the shooting and respond only either to find no evidence or the victim, but also sometimes find out whoever called was intentionally misrepresenting. 2 sentences. That's the discovery. He testified that 1, he may have missed the bullet casings, and 2, he didn't know where to look. 2 sort of important things and he didn't agree, he didn't search the entire street. That was not in their disclosure. Not in their disclosure at all. But yet I'm being accused of not giving them the right information. First of all, I don't have the date. There's nothing in their disclosure that they interviewed him Friday before his testimony. We don't even have that interview. We don't have that date. We have Wednesday only. The witness said, no, I didn't speak to him on Wednesday or something. That was just about logistics. Right. Okay, so before we start casting aspersions, I wasn't going to even raise it, Mark. Just happened. I understand this is trial. But, being that we're now throwing stones, let's hold the kettle black.
Let's not throw stones.
Well, I know, but they started. So I'm going to respond.
This is a no squabbling zone.
Oh, after he swallows. Well, I'm swallowing back.
Well, you're a good squabbler.
They talking about squabbling? It's going down in the courtroom. They talking about squabbling.
You're doing a good job squabbling. All right. Regarding what Sergeant Zizzo testified, did he write a report?
He did not write a report, Your Honor. But he obviously was wearing body worn video, which is
That's been provided.
That was provided.
All right.
Years ago.
You're an experienced attorney. All of you are experienced attorneys. Sometimes, a witness will say something that is not in a report. That's to be expected. A report is a summary, a sum and substance of what the witness said. It's much more fleshed out when the witness is on the stand.
Well, I agree with that. I'm okay with that. I'm not even going to raise the fact that he said he didn't speak to them on Wednesday and he only spoke to them Friday. I don't do that. It's petty.
It is petty.
But I want to make sure that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. That when Mr. Phillips testifies and he says something, a word that's not in this thing, it's not like, you didn't tell that to the lawyers. It's just not right. This is not a transcribed statement. There will be nothing outside the scope of this. But the same way I didn't get anything from them regarding, I may have missed the shell casings. I didn't get a report that said that, or a statement.
Again, to be repetitious, I do not find either side has violated any discovery statute or any discovery rule. Regarding the press, the jury has been told not to read or watch anything about this case. I'm going to assume that they follow that rule. But what I am concerned about is someone that the jury knows is going to read or watch something about the case and then relate it to the jury. So, here's the rule. I don't want any attorney in this case saying anything to the press while the case is going on. That's it. So you can call it a gag order.
We will advise, obviously, of course, where we've said nothing. We will advise the DA as well. To be clear, the DA responded to Mr. Tacopina's published report where he dared, quote, Nathan Hockman can try the case himself. But we're going to tell the DA.
Let's move forward. Yeah, just let everybody know in your office who may say something. Tell them not to say anything to the media or the press.
Will do, Your Honor. We had two last issues which are brief. The first issue is we're going to request, we made this request before. Counsel and I've tried many cases in front of the court. If there's anything even close, I 402 in advance. If there's any evidentiary issue, which is even a close call, in terms of the defense introducing, bringing up, asking a question, we want to make sure that they ask an approach and that we 402. We don't want to be in a position to have to unring the bell.
That goes for both sides.
Finally, Your Honor, the court is aware. On Friday, it doesn't really matter what circumstances were. Mr. Tacopina literally started screaming at me in the. So again, Your Honor, I have not interrupted Mr. Tacopina's life. As I speak, Mr.
He said he started screaming at me. He made the boo-boo baby cry face.
Tacopina makes noises.
Heck no.
Again, if there's got to be a certain decorum, we're following it. But you can't bring a knife to a gunfight. So we would appreciate, as the court is respectfully instructed, and when one lawyer is talking, the other lawyer not interrupt. Mr. Tacopina, as the court's aware, started literally screaming at me in the courtroom. He basically appeared to challenge me to a fight. And again, I've been doing this longer than he has. I've not had that experience occur before. I am not going to be treated that way by anybody. I'm certainly not going to be treated that way in a court where I practiced for more than 30 years in front of a judge I deeply respect. He doesn't have to like me, he doesn't have to get along with me, but he cannot be screaming at me, whether on or off the record. The court was here. The court, I mean, everyone heard and saw it. It's not right. So I'm just asking that the court, again, Mr. Tacopina is an emotional guy, that the court advise him.
And you are, both of you are zealous attorneys, aggressive attorneys, both of you are.
We are between zealous and aggressiveness. The court has not heard me yell or scream at anybody. And again, and it's not a request, I'm not going to take that.
All right.
He said, I don't want them screaming at me. Ain't they in New York? When they get so sensitive out there in New York, don't they all talk like that? He acting like he was cussing them out or something. What the hell?
Why don't we do this? I did not hear you yell. Maybe I did not hear it. If it did happen, it wasn't in my presence. Because you two have.
Oh no, he said if it did happen, it wasn't in my presence. He over here trying to claim he like the court seen it. The court seen it. The court was like, no, I didn't see that.
Denied.
This relationship. Why don't you not talk to each other unless it's on the record?
Oh, that's.
And then I am involved.
That train is still. Yes, absolutely, I agree with that. But I want to respond now because I can't have it always one way. He makes a record, disparaging remarks, and then I got to sit here. So no one screamed. You were right there, Your Honor. What's happened, and Mr. Siegel was with me, is Mr. Lewin comes up with his little scolding sort of bullying attitude, telling me we don't know the rules here and we're not doing this right, and he didn't like the opening statement and so on and so forth. So I responded, I don't need a lecture from him, okay? I'm not going to go into the amount of phone calls I got regarding him and his reputation before this trial started, from lawyers I don't even know, including lawyers inside the district attorney's office currently, okay? I'm not going to go into it, Your Honor. I'm not petty.
No, now you're interrupting him. Just that, you were complaining about him interrupting you, you're interrupting him. Don't.
I'm not going into it.
Uh-oh, there we go. There go a little bit of unbiasedness shown. Okay, he trying to be even with both sides. I see you, Judge. Let's go.
I just don't want to do that. But please, there was no one yelling. We were right here. There was an argument between both sides, both of us. I agree. And that's not going to happen because I'm not going to speak to get off the record. So you're right about that. That's number one. Number two, you know, I have to also raise an issue, and I'm not past that. I don't want to even talk about that anymore. Your Honor was here. That's the end of that. Mr. Lewin did something last week that was inappropriate. And the reason I'm raising it is because I don't want it to happen again. This week, Mr. Mayor's significant other may appear here. Last week, Mr. Lewin, as his playbook apparently, one of the lawyers, went up to my client's family and told my client's family that it's not personal, but you know, they should really, hopefully he's really thought about taking a plea because she was facing a lot of jail time, and saying things that played on the emotion of the family. He should have no communication with the defendant's family. I've heard he's done that in every case. That's right here. Well, I don't want him, and I want the court to instruct him not to communicate with anyone on this side of the fence. Not the client's family, not the client's relatives, not the client's friends, because it's inappropriate.
So, Your Honor, so what happened was, is I walked up very kindly to the defendant's mother and sister, and I said the following: listen, I'm very sorry that you're having to go through this. I have kids myself, I have siblings myself, I know this must be difficult, it's not personal, and I'm truly sorry for what you are having to endure.
All right.
And then I said as follows: I hope that your brother and your son, I hope that he's really evaluated what he is risking here, because he is a lot.
All right, there's nothing that prohibits...
At the time...
I've heard enough. I've heard enough. There's nothing that prohibits what Mr. Lewin did. You've heard now that the defense does not want you to approach anyone from that side, so don't approach anyone from that side. It's as simple as that.
Yo, drop some slime brellas for Jazzy T. Appreciate the donation, family. Appreciate the 10. Y'all show her some love. Drop some slime brellas or some umbrellas and all that good stuff. Show her some love, family. Appreciate the sponsorship. Drop some JTs in the building. Appreciate you.
All right.
Your Honor, if I can, there's just one evidentiary issue we need to deal with.
Another one?
Yeah, unfortunately,
What is it?
Mr. Lewin bring up
What is
four or two every moment. I just want the record clear on this.
What is it?
It's that the defense doesn't need to preview our impeachment material on an eliminate motion. Mr. Lewin keeps saying we need to bring it to the court's attention or his attention when we plan on introducing or using evidence so that he can have a 402 hearing. The law is crystal clear. If I don't need to go further, I won't. We're on the same page. But the law is crystal clear that there's no rule of law that would require the defense to disclose evidence gathered by an investigator whom we tentatively be called by the defense for impeachment purposes. That's Hubbard versus Superior Court. I'll continue. People versus Hunter. Section 105.4.3, subdivision A1, provides that the quote, defendant and his or her attorney shall disclose to the prosecuting attorney his or her intended witnesses together with any relevant written or recorded statements of those persons or reports of the statements of those persons, which we complied with. But the court goes on, but that does not include impeachment statements.
All right, go ahead.
But that does not include impeachment statements a defendant obtains from prosecution witnesses. The prosecutor is not entitled to statements impeaching prosecution witnesses. That's People versus Hunter. People versus Sloan. Here, the defense, the court noted, could use the messages on the tape to impeach a witness without disclosing the tape to the prosecution. The prosecutor was wrong that using the tape for impeachment was the same as introducing it into evidence. A few more cases. People versus Ledesma. The court noted, to the extent the evidence at issue was admitted to impeach, counsel may have been unwilling to give the prosecution the benefit of a preview of the defense case in order to obtain such rulings, which is what apparently Mr. Lewin is seeking to do now, but the court noted that the defense was appropriate in the way it proceeded. Two more. Izaga versus Superior Court.
This is Izaga, yes.
Right. The defense is not required to disclose any statements it obtains from prosecution witnesses it may use to refute the prosecution's case during cross-examination.
And you're going to mention Tillis.
I'm going to mention Morrison, in which the court noted, nor did the discovery statutes obligate counsel to disclose she would impeach a witness with evidence of prior misconduct, particularly in that case, gun possession. Now, I understand, Your Honor, that the prosecution here wants us to do their homework for them, but the law doesn't require us to. For that matter, all of the impeachment material that we have arises from their own discovery.
All right, let me tell you my view on impeachment. I'm aware of Izaga, but that's a California Supreme Court case. There's another California Supreme Court case that's called People versus Tillis, T-I-L-L-I-S. Both of them say the same thing. Impeachment evidence does not have to be disclosed. Impeachment witnesses, once the decision has been made to call them, does have to be disclosed. But the evidence does not.
Very good.
All right, we are at 5 minutes to go. I don't want the jury to wait, so let's give Kathy a break, and if anybody wants to use the facilities, they can. I want to get started right at 10:30.
Right, actually, don't need before we wait for a second, just logistics.
What's logistics?
Not controversial. The piece of evidence we put in on the defense exhibit.
Come and tap in the most interactive. I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh. I am the God. Flesh with God. I see one. I see one. I see one. I see one. I see one.
Unless all parties to the conversation.
I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh. I am the God. Flesh with God. I see one. 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 Come and tap in the most interactive.
All right, family. Look like they taking a quick little break before they get into it. Let me see. Wait, what is this? Okay. Oh yeah, I rewinded it. Okay. I was like, wait, what? They back live? All right, no, I just rewinded it, but all right, I got that running in the background so we can know when they come back. Appreciate y'all being here, family. Shout out to Cha Diggy and Jazzy T, stream sponsors of today so far. Appreciate y'all, family. It's definitely appreciated. Much love, much love, much love. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Laugh always. Late night bacon. I see you, family. Tack Clouds. What up, what up, what up? FFS. I see you, family. Allie, I see you. Appreciate y'all. So now we could go ahead and get back into the little clip we was watching earlier. That was from earlier today out in Fulton County. Oh, damn, what I do with the clip? All right, let me pull it back up. Yeah, but they out there in court. Somebody, I guess they tried to rob this dude, but they didn't rob him. Like, he didn't give him the money, and then they end up shooting him. And then, like, the police end up chasing them down or something. I don't know. It's kind of crazy, but we're going to get into it. Let me see. Let me go through my history. It was this one. Oh, shit. Not that one. Let me see real quick, family. Give me 1 second. Let me grab it for you. Damn, what the hell I just do with it? All right, give me 1 second, family. Let me grab that clip.
and tap in the most interactive. I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh. I am the God. Fleshly God. Come and tap in the most interactive. I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh. I am the God.
We did, yes.
Okay.
Section just.
Okay. I'm gonna go to the very end of the video at the 2 minute and 59-second mark. Do you see the vehicle do you see the vehicle that the car first collides with?
Yes, it is the yellow trailer that it's about to hit right there.
Okay. Now I'm going to move to dash cam part 2.
So the video showed that you slowed way down when you got to that high traffic area. So you moved from woods to like a retail area or commercial district. It didn't seem like the other car slowed down. All of a sudden, then there was a big distance between the two of you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, we just making sure I cleared the intersection.
And so a couple things too while they on break. Y'all heard them say that the officer it was 7 of them out there searching, but they missed the bullet casings. And then old boy came right back in an hour and found them. Like, yeah, right. Then they talk about they didn't know where to look. Like, y'all was standing in the exact same spot. Or either y'all some garbage officers as far as y'all searching skills, and he came out there in 2 seconds and found it. That's crazy. But Judge said it's fair game to ask him about the money and all that too, so it's about to be pretty crazy.
All right. Now, is this the exact continuation from where we left off on the last video? All right. And for the record, this is dash cam 2.
About 41, stand by. 41 is Wendy.
I'm going to back it up. Can you point where the actual collision happens? If you tap the bottom of your screen, you know what?
You can, okay. You should be able to tap the screen anywhere. Just tap the screen once, boom. And then there's a little circle with a pencil in it in the lower left corner. Right here. Tap that. Now your finger can make marks on the screen, I believe.
Take out the sound for everyone outside the courtroom. So much trash.
So we'll just let you know when we have a big break. Is that better? Yep. Okay, thank you. So you think it's fixable? It's just going to be a reset? Yep. Okay.
All right. Are you able to tap the screen? And can you indicate on your monitor where the collision happens?
Yeah.
So you mean going to tap where it's going to happen now?
Yeah, or circle it.
Okay, so it's going to be right in this. You're going to see through the trees.
Okay.
You'll see the Tesla go up in the air a little bit.
Okay. Do you see any debris afterwards?
Yes.
Okay.
It's all on the road.
All right. Now you can delete that. I think if you hit the back.
There are some controls along the left side, and one of them is an arrow. Yeah, hit that, and that should remove your, there we go.
Continue.
Yo, family, we got another 10 spot from Jazzy T. Y'all show her some love. Drop some umbrellas, drop some JTs. Appreciate the love, family. Jazzy T and Cha Diggy, today's stream sponsors. Even though Cha Diggy not here, she sent it before she even came today. I mean, before I even started today. But appreciate you. Y'all show Jazzy T some love. Appreciate the support, family.
Continue.
41 is Wendy. They just struck the back of 18 wheel. They're continuing. 400, can you check on 18 wheel? Going through the Aldi parking lot. Back to the sponsor. Please stop!
Okay. What did you say when you got out of the car?
Police stop.
Okay. And did the Tesla actually run into that?
So what's crazy though is I think this is actually supposed to be the victim. I don't know. I haven't watched it though. I started at a different spot, so I'm kind of confused. I'm trying to catch up like y'all. But I think that ended up being the victim that they got. That I don't know. Hold on. Let's watch. I don't know.
The Jeep that's in the frame.
It actually did, yes.
Okay. And on that video, is that yourself pursuing the person that just ran out of the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna stop here at the 30-second mark.
And you're solo, you don't have a partner in your car.
Correct.
Okay. And how many occupants were in that black Tesla?
One.
Okay. I'm gonna try to fast forward just a little bit to the, oh, I'm sorry. Fast forward into the 120 mark.
Blues Clues, where you going? You just got here. What up, fam? You leaving already? Well, you better come back soon. Nah, what up, though? Appreciate you joining.
It's not playing on my screen. Should it be playing on my screen?
Oh, you know what? All right.
I'm not on my screen either.
It wasn't playing. Try this again.
I thought you.
And we still got the ASAP Rocky queued up in the back. So soon as they get started, we be right back to it, family. Appreciate y'all being here. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in.
37 seconds.
All right. Back to the spot. Please stop! Y'all get back to the nail salon, black male, white beater, dreads, to the backside. He's running. Police, stop!
I'm gonna go ahead and pause it and fast forward.
Hey, he kind of good with that running, though. He sounded kind of clear. He didn't sound all winded out and puffed out like old boy from that YSL case that was like, he's running. He sound kind of clear still while he was running, didn't he?
Approximately how long do you think that foot pursuit lasted, though?
You talking about till he was in custody?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it could probably 10, 15 minutes, maybe.
Okay.
Um,
I'm gonna fast forward to the 15:20 mark. Sorry, I don't have as much control.
How the hell you find them in that tunnel though? You gonna find them inside
Let's
the
just
tunnel.
go from there.
I'm gonna keep it at 14:46.
I'm about to see if you crawl down in here. Brother, you might as well come out. The dog coming. He gonna bite the shit out you. Get your motherfucking ass back here. We got the dog coming. Crawl backwards to me right now. Crawl backward. I'm telling you, crawl fucking backwards. Crawl backwards.
Come out, bro.
Come on back.
I'm coming in, bro.
All right.
Now. Now there's snakes in there. It'll bite your ass. Yeah, my bad.
Come on back.
Y'all being too aggressive. Let's get y'all now.
Yo, come on.
All right.
Come on back.
I'm unarmed.
All right, good. We ain't.
All right, I'm just make sure I don't get shot in there.
Well, you keep coming back like you are and you won't.
My hand is this way, right here.
Perfect. Come on back.
Sir, keep coming. We're on our units together. You could get them. We're on our units together.
Yeah, we just.
Keep coming, keep coming. That's on my way.
Okay, come on.
I didn't see you. What's up?
Come on.
What's up? What's up? The sky.
The sky. Your Tesla's rental bill.
I don't gotta be aggressive.
You ain't gotta run from the police.
Aggressive, bro? Did we do anything? No. Stop that BS.
You were gonna get bit by the dog though, for real though. He was 1 minute away.
Appreciate it. Well, you real nice, boy.
Why?
You come past us.
Okay, I'm stopping at the body camera at the 16:51 mark. Officer Irvin, were you able to identify the individual that was driving that Tesla and that you pursued on foot?
Yes,
And what was that individual's name?
Jaden Chapman.
Okay, do you see Jaden Chapman present in court today?
Yes, sir.
Will you please stand and identify him by article of clothing and where
Jaden Chapman about to take the stand too.
he is standing or sitting?
He's sitting right there beside his lawyer in a blue jumpsuit and like a white long sleeve undershirt.
All right, please let the record reflect that the witness has identified defendant Jaden Chapman.
He has.
Okay. I am going to fast forward a little bit more. All right.
I'm sure.
25:38 timestamp on the body camera. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the Tesla as it lay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, after that car was that car inventoried?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there any weapons recovered?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of
Firearm was located in the passenger seat.
firearm in the passenger seat? Okay. Do you know what kind of firearm that was?
It was a like a AK pistol style.
Okay. Do you need to refer to your report? Or you...
Yeah, no, it was an AK pistol. Absolutely.
Okay.
Passenger seat. It did return not stolen at the time.
Okay. And was there any other occupants of that vehicle?
No.
All right. Your Honor.
You say in the passenger seat, meaning sitting on the passenger seat, or it was concealed in some way, or what do you remember?
Laying on the passenger seat, laid towards the floorboard, just
Okay.
laying in there.
All right. That's all the questions that I have for this witness.
All right, Ms. Paul, do you have questions for Officer Irvin?
Yes, Your Honor, if I could have just 1 minute to confirm.
Sure, and just so you both know, those microphones won't be working during this hearing. They have to shut the system down to try to reset them.
Okay. Might have to finagle the charging outlet then.
Might have
In
to
a minute.
finagle.
We'll make it work. Do you want me to leave the video up or do you want me to?
We might have to finagle it.
You can leave it up just in case. I need to use it. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
I am Attorney Dorothy. I just got married to Miss Thomas, but formerly Paul.
Oh, Miss Thomas, congratulations.
Thank you.
Didn't know that.
I represent Mr. Chapman in this case. I just have a few follow-up questions for you.
She said, I just got married to Miss Thomas, didn't she?
I wanted to talk a little bit about your investigation related to the black Tesla. You testified that there was a bolo on the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it your understanding that that vehicle was involved in some type of criminal activity?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was that criminal activity?
Auto theft or vehicle thefts and entering autos or thefts from vehicles.
Okay. And I'm just trying to understand what you mean by that. Was there someone in that vehicle that was that car was registered to somebody engaging in that act?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
So that vehicle was, it was a rental, like a personal rental, not like an enterprise rental.
Okay.
And it had recently been used in East Point in those type crimes.
Okay. During your investigation, do you know who was involved in those crimes?
I do not.
Okay.
All of my information was passed to East Point. I sent them my report and everything for them to investigate their crimes.
I understand. I guess after the incident, did you do any further investigation on that vehicle?
No, ma'am. I was just from previous familiar with who the owner is after everything was said and done. But other than that, no, I had no further into the auto theft part of it.
Okay. And regarding my client, I know you made an idea of him in court. Prior to this incident and this court appearance, have you ever seen my client?
Prior to this incident?
Yes.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you don't have any relationship with Mr. Chapman and you don't know him, is that
No, ma'am.
correct? Okay. After the arrest, did you have any conversations with Mr. Chapman?
Other than identifying himself, nothing pertaining to, I mean, we were together for a couple hours, so, this and that, but nothing pertaining to the, anything with my report.
Okay, so you
Hold on, we're gonna skip forward to old boy on the stand, because old boy on the stand is kind of funny. Here you go, right here.
That day.
That's the day I got shot.
Okay. What was going on in the moments prior to you getting shot?
I just had got off for work
Okay. And where did you work?
at Morehouse.
All right. What were you doing at Morehouse that day?
We was removing everybody out of the dorm rooms because it was around summertime. Everybody was leaving for the summer. So we was doing dorm turnovers.
Okay. So you were cleaning up, is it fair to say you were cleaning up the dorms and preparing them for the next round of students?
Yeah.
Okay. About what time did you get off?
Got off like 5 o'clock.
Okay. Do you recall where you went after you got off?
Yeah. As soon as I left, I went to the store.
Okay. Where's that store located?
It's like a corner, or like a couple of blocks down from Morehouse.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2. I'm going to approach.
We all we got. Appreciate the love, fam. Just out there in Fulton County, going down early this
Before I
morning.
approach. In preparation for this hearing, did you come to my office and review the surveillance video that pertains to the incident we're discussing today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm approaching with State's Exhibit 2. I gotta steal your mic. Do you recognize the videos contained on State's Exhibit 2?
Yes, I do.
And are they a fair and accurate representation of the incidents that took place that day at 142 Joseph E. Lowry, both inside the store and outside the store?
I agree.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 2 into the record.
And 2 is a collection of surveillance videos different cameras or different segments from this? Is it like a convenience store we're talking about?
Yes, it's the convenience store has 9 different cameras located both inside and outside of the convenience store.
Okay. Ms. Thomas, any objection to the admission of State's Exhibit 2 for this hearing?
Yes, I don't think he properly authenticated the video.
Okay. Do you want to ask the witness questions about that? I think he laid a sufficient foundation, but if you want to challenge that, I'm happy to let you ask questions right now.
Sure.
Okay.
On that video that you watch, do you know who took that video?
The surveillance cameras that was all around, from the stove, the streets.
Are you familiar with that surveillance camera?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so when you say it was accurate, you're going off based off your memory of what happened?
I'm going off of what I know that happened and going off of the videos.
Okay, do you have any way to know if it's been edited or sped up or any changes made to that video?
Me, I don't, ma'am.
So you don't have a way of knowing that video was been edited?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
All right, I'm going to allow it in. There may be concerns that will go to the weight of the evidence, but I find that based on Mr. Humble's testimony that the videos fairly and accurately depict something he personally experienced. I'll admit State's Exhibit 2.
Okay. And
she might as well not even ask that. She should have knew the answer to that question. Like, how he gonna know if it's been sped up or slowed down? What that got to do with him? He ain't been. It's been in the police custody.
same thing. I'm going to go off of. I'm going to ask to go off of the videos that have been uploaded to my computer. It is an exact copy of what has been.
That's fine. Ms. Thomas will let us know if it's not what she had.
She will.
Okay.
I can't. Fast forward. Times the 2020 on this video.
Yes.
All right. Will you please tell the judge where you are located in this video?
I'm right there in the middle of the cross line.
Okay.
What are you carrying?
It's my lunch.
All right.
Well, it was my lunch. It was already gone.
Okay.
Okay. Is that what you took with you to work that day?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, what's going on at this point right here?
It was like, yo, something like that. They said something.
Who said something?
I'm not exactly who. One of them from the car. Yo, you good? Something like that.
Will you tell the judge which car on the screen said something to
The
you?
blue Tesla right there, the one that's right there on the corner when I turned around.
Okay. Okay. What is this individual saying to you?
I can't remember exactly, but we talking like, you good? He asked me a question. I'm like, yeah, I'm good. You good?
Okay.
What does he have in his hand?
It looked like a assault rifle.
Got that button on
Okay.
it.
Did he ever point that at you?
Not, yeah, he did.
That boy got that button. He got that stick. Hey, but look at that blue car. That don't look like the same one, right? So I don't think that's who they was chasing because that car don't look the same. It look like a different Tesla.
Okay. All right. Did any of these two individuals ever demand any of your property?
Yeah, it was like, get my bag, which nothing was in there.
Okay.
The white bag or the body bag strapped to you?
I'm not sure. I had multiple bags on me at that point in time, but I threw the bag down. I threw it on the ground, though. I was like, you can take the bag, ain't nothing in there.
Okay. And were they making any references to any particular gangs?
Yeah, it was like on blood. Don't touch that, don't move, on blood, get the bag, all that shit.
Okay.
On blood. All that shit. On blood. And then look, what the hell? Standing outside with the yapper.
Now, can you see in the video where the other occupants were pointing and moving? What were the occupants of the vehicle saying?
everybody was just repeating basically what everybody else was saying. Nah, get that shit, grab it, pick it up. It was just everybody was talking, just saying the same shit.
Okay, were all 4 occupants of the vehicle saying stuff of the same nature?
All of them was.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna let this play through. Now, what happened as the car pulled off?
I thought it was over. I thought they ain't get nothing, they ain't need nothing, they ain't want nothing. There wasn't nothing in the bag. I went in the store going about my business.
Okay, and as you walked into the store, what happened?
I turned around, about to go to the register, and I got shot.
Okay. I'm going to.
Had you, I didn't see you drop your bags. Is there like a open doorway where you put your bags on the ground?
There's more footage of it, but.
So we'll see it on another video. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to another angle.
Do you know any of these guys?
I've never seen these dudes in my life.
Oh, sorry.
So this the other camera view from the inside. He out there talking to him. Then they act like they pull off and then they gonna shoot him. Oh, wait, that was hella late. Wait a minute, what?
Why'd you fall?
That looked the suspect.
Okay. Fall.
Oh, damn. Yeah, he probably did.
Why'd you fall?
Got shot.
Okay. How many times were you shot?
I got shot once in my back and I got shot in my finger.
Okay. Now, at any point, have I ever asked you to identify all of the occupants in that vehicle?
No.
Okay. Do you think so you were never asked, correct? Or did you ever think you could?
If I was asked, I don't remember, but from my memory, I don't know if I can't remember if I've actually been asked by you.
Okay, that's fine. All right. At one point in there, I'm just gonna bring this up. It looked like you had what appeared to have potentially been a weapon. Was that an actual weapon?
No.
All right, what was in your hand?
Nothing was in my hand but my bag and my food.
Okay. Did you ever have what was described by police as a fake weapon?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And why did you have that?
That wasn't the only thing that I had, but I got it from Morehouse, from dorm takeover.
Okay.
So why you try to act like you didn't have it? Like all I had was my food.
And did they just tell y'all that you could take whatever was left?
Anything that we found, we could keep it.
Okay. Have you been able, this occurred on June 12th, 2024. Have you been able to return to work since?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
You had to say yes or no for the court reporter.
No.
Okay. Is it because of the physical injuries that you have received from being shot?
That played a big part in the healing process, then the mental process. Yeah.
Okay. And were you taken directly from the scene to Grady Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions.
My bad, I was on mute. The infamous Grady Hospital. Y'all know about that out there. Appreciate y'all being here. We about to tap back into Rocky in a minute. They just on a quick break. Get your zooms and whams, whatever you need. Late night said, nah, I wasn't there.
Questions for this witness.
Ms. Thomas, do you have questions for Mr. Humble?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Humble.
Good morning.
My name is Dorothy Thomas. I represent Mr. Chapman in this case. I just have a few follow-up questions for you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You do not know my client, is that correct?
Nope.
Okay. And you've never seen him or had any conversations with him, correct?
Nope.
Okay. And you're saying nope, that is correct. You've
That's
never
correct.
had it.
That's accurate.
Okay. And is it a true statement that during the shooting, you were unable to identify any of the shooters?
During the shooting?
Yes.
That's inaccurate.
You are able to identify them?
Yeah.
Okay, you were just asked about the identities of the shooters.
He asked me that.
Dang, my bad. I didn't mean to pause it, but since I did, he asked him, was he asked about identifying them? He didn't say could he. He didn't ask him could he.
He asked me, would I have been able to identify the shooters?
Uh-huh.
I said, I can't remember if he has asked me. If anyone else asked me, can I identify who shot me? Yes, I know who shot me.
Okay, and you're able to identify let me ask you this. Who was the person who shot you?
Whoever the dude was with the green hat on.
Do you know his name?
No, I don't.
Okay. What about the other guy that also had a gun? Are you able to identify him?
Not under his mask.
Okay, so you did not see his face?
No, I seen just the upper half.
Okay.
But that's enough.
Okay, so you don't know his name, is that correct?
No.
Okay, what about the driver of the vehicle? Were you able to see him during the
Yeah.
shooting? You were
sitting right here in front of me.
You was able to see the driver of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. Soon as he opened the door and started speaking and saying what he was saying.
When you say sitting right in front of you, meaning the person who was driving that blue Tesla is here in court now?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is exhibit.
He said that boy right there, sitting right in front of me. She didn't even ask him to identify. He said, he right there. I'll let you know.
Two. Let's go back. Let me see at what point you're saying you were able to see.
It's gonna be at the four, yeah, that's gonna be about the start of it.
So, Mr. Humble, I think I now better understand when you say I could identify these people, it would be, if you show me the guy, I'll be able to tell you it's the same guy, but I can't tell you that that's Fred Smith because they're strangers to me.
Exactly.
Got it.
So I'm trying to get to the point of the video. Because it was at 4:40.
It's gonna be about 4:47:30 is where I generally start playing it, and then it'll be.
And it's fine if you stop a little early, we can see an extra 10 seconds. That's fine. None of these is an hour-long video.
Okay, let's see, play. So this is you on this, are you able to see it on the screen? Does everybody see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this person in the green hat is not my client, is that correct?
No, it's not. The next person that walks up would not be your client either.
Okay.
Right there in all black, that's not your client either.
Okay. And at this point, are you able to see my client?
Not from this actual angle right here. Now I can.
So here you're saying that you looked over and you saw my client.
I could see your client from the time he whipped up on me at the corner and then turned to me. Once I was crossing the street.
And so you're watching these two men with guns and you're able to identify my client as the driver.
He turned in, popped the door right open in front of me. Start talking to them. How else can I not identify him? Just ask him.
And do you have any relationship with my client?
No, ma'am.
And prior to the shooting, have you had any conversations with my client?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you've never met my client?
Never in my life.
And how did you learn about my client's involvement in this case?
It was all over the news, everywhere you turned, all over social media, and plus just watching.
So you was able to see his like photos and the news and different places?
Not him exactly, the one who shot me specifically.
Okay, what about my client?
Once the information started coming out, then that's when I was.
Was you ever provided a photograph of my client?
No, ma'am.
No?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Was you ever presented at a lineup to identify my client?
No, ma'am.
Okay, is today the first time you're seeing my client since the shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Hiles, anything else for Mr. Humble?
Yes, will you please identify the person that you stated was driving the Tesla by where they're sitting in an article of clothing?
Yeah, he right there sitting next to his lawyer.
Okay. What's he wearing?
He got on a blue little jumpsuit, I guess from Phone County. He got dreads in his head, light skin.
All right. Please let the record reflect that the defendant identified, I mean, the victim identified the defendant as the driver of the blue Tesla.
He has.
No further questions.
I have one last, and then Ms. Thomas, you may have follow-up. You mentioned that the person driving the Tesla, we saw in the video, he opens the passenger door and he's doing some talking. Your sense was that the driver was talking to Green Hat and the other guy, or was he saying something to you, like put your bag down?
He was talking to both of them.
Okay.
And at that point, he was like, come on, man, get in the car, get in the car, get the bag, get in the car.
Okay, talking to them, not to you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Ms. Thomas, do you have any other questions for Mr. Humble? All right, Mr. Humble, thank you for your time. You're free to go.
No, sir, we agreed not to in anticipation for that question.
There you go. When you say you have people ask you about it, who asked you about it?
You know, coworkers, friends, that sort of thing.
Sure.
Sure.
But you going through with that number. Again, just to recap, when you were arriving at the scene of a call for a shooting,
We grab,
correct.
especially where-
Vehicles, dimensions,
Correct.
shell casings.
Correct.
Now, we put into evidence defense exhibit A. Can you see that on the screen?
This one doesn't work, but I'll turn.
Oh, thanks. Anyway, the street shown there in this video is still all right.
Correct.
Okay. And the video starts at the end of East Delmar, closest to Selma, right?
Correct, it's right at the intersection.
All right, hold on, family. We back. Just a second. Just a second. Let me pull it back up for you. We back up in the building. What the hell is that?
And with the first testimony your approach, you approached a homeless person and asked if he heard a shooting. Do you recall that?
Hold on. Let me rewind it so y'all don't miss what we missed.
People asked me about it, but didn't really get into detail.
You just speak obviously to the prosecutors. All right.
No, sir, we agreed not to in anticipation for that question.
There you go. When you say you had people ask you about it, who asked you about it?
You know, coworkers, friends, that sort of thing.
Oh, curious.
Sure.
But you going through it with that now. Again, when you were just to recap, when you were arriving at the scene of a call for a shooting, you're looking for victims, right?
Correct.
Damage to vehicles in this instance.
Correct.
All right, my bad, family. But real quick, this is where we left off on the last one before court ended. This is where they stopped. So this is the officer that was on the stand before then testifying. Yeah, so this is where we at.
Casings.
Correct.
Now, we put into evidence defense exhibit A. Can you see that on the screen in front of you? Or
This one doesn't work, but I'll turn.
Okay, thanks. Anyway, the street shown there in this video is East Delmar, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the video starts at the end of East Delmar, closest to Selma, right?
Correct, it's right at the intersection.
Right. And with the first 15 seconds of that video, you approached a homeless person and asked if he heard a shooting. Do you recall that?
I don't independently recall that.
Okay, let's play that part. That's their volume.
Hey, Val, did you hear any shooting over here? Yeah?
Okay, that's you, right?
Yes, on the left side.
Okay, you were asking, you said, hey, Al, you hear a shooting over here, correct?
Yes, that was me.
Okay. By the way, why was your body cam not on there anymore?
You know, I really don't remember. I don't have an answer for that.
Your Honor, just for the purpose of going forward here, we have copies of the transcript of this in case we have to refer to that. I have many copies for the jurors.
Alex, could you distribute the transcripts to all of the jurors and,
Yes, do the concept.
does anybody at council table need one of these transcripts?
We'd like to. We
What
don't
do you
have
do?
to.
What do you do now?
No, I don't think so. That's okay.
No, we got, hold on.
You want me to wait to distribute them?
No, distribute.
Yes, sir.
What do you want this is going to be?
B.
That's exhibit B.
Shout out to One Nation. Appreciate you, family.
If there's an extra one, Alex, I don't want to take it from any of you.
Yeah, we can. All right. I don't need that.
All right, Kathy, all right. I'm good with that, Alex. All right. Anybody not have a transcript?
Yes, taking 1 point down.
Let's make sure everybody has a transcript.
You know, I don't know if we formally did the stipulation, but I'm not sure it's both sides stipulate that it's audio recorded or video recorded testimony off a video where we have a transcript that's recorded and we cannot take down what she's hearing.
Actually, the stipulation is not necessary. There's a rule of court that said that when audio tapes are played, the court reporter does not take it down.
I was referring to that rule of court, or that's what I thought.
I just learned that 6 months ago. Yeah, there's no stipulations required. They just don't.
Well, if it was, we would say.
Well, good.
You gotta take
Thank you for that.
From Mr. Jacopina and I, we know.
All right. Go.
That'll happen once in a while. So, Sarge, you obviously we're looking for signs of a shooting again.
Yes.
And it's still on. And the video shows multiple officers searching for signs of a shooting on East Delmar, right?
Yes.
Okay. And directing your attention to 22:35 and 54 seconds of that video, the officers are conducting a search using their flashlights aimed at the ground, right? And we'll get you right there. I said 22:35 and 54 seconds. So almost. Anyway, right there. Go ahead, let's go.
Yeah, stop sign, parking lot.
Right now? What's your step right here? Okay, so what's the make and model?
Obviously, everyone has their searchlights out looking for evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And obviously, I think this is something you'd agree with, that you wouldn't have wanted to, or none of you would have wanted to overlook important evidence at the scene of that shooting, right?
Correct.
So it was careful and attentive an officer. Were you a sergeant there as well, or since?
No, sir. I was a police officer 3. I was a training officer.
And then got promoted.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, as an attentive officer, when performing your duty, you made it obviously a point be careful and attentive looking for evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, initially you said you thought there were 3 officers at the scene?
Correct, and that was based off of the my body worn video that we watched.
Right, I understand, no problem. But you agree that there's more now, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. As a matter of fact, there's 7.
Okay.
Well, you don't take my word. Let's go to the video. I'll direct your attention to 22:40 and 36 seconds.
We'll stipulate, counsel, if that helps as well, that there were 7.
Yes, okay. Just want to, just a quick peek. So, okay. Okay, do you see, would you agree that 7 officers are at the scene?
I don't dispute that there were 7 officers at scene.
I know you don't dispute it, but you would agree that you see 7 officers right there, right? There are 6 in the frame, including the guy wearing the body cam.
Correct, including that one, yes, sir.
Remember, he was talking about he only saw 3. He only remembered 3 being in the body cam with his lying ass.
7, okay. And everyone, to your knowledge, was doing their job when they were at the scene, correct?
Yes.
Direct your attention to 22:37:03 on that video. That's that you on Reese Del Mar on the side of the street closest to the parking lot, right?
Correct.
Okay. And we're looking, by the way, for the record, we're looking south towards Selma Avenue. So you're standing on the west side of the street, right?
Correct. I'm presently facing west in this shot, but yes, this is south in this camera.
And officers are searching that area for evidence of shooting with the flashlights, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is directly opposite, Sergeant, that orange portion of that wall there, right?
Well, I'm sorry, what's your question?
That where the officers are, right there, including you, is directly opposite that orange, whatever that thing is, portion of a wall.
Correct.
Right? Which is next to that adjacent lot there, right?
Yes.
A vacant lot, I should say. So that's right across from that orange, whatever, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'd like to show you these 2 photographs. One is that, but we're going to put them juxtaposed and put them right side by side. Okay.
I don't know, One Nation, we got to find out. Sustained Overruled might go live. Survivor Speaks might go live. Late Night Bacon with Mookie Mookie might go live. We'll find out for you. Appreciate you, family. What up, No One? I see you. Appreciate you.
On the left?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's you guys right across from that orange wall, we'll call it?
Correct. Yes.
And then the one on the right with that single individual there, he appears to be standing in that same exact spot. You also start with that orange wall there as well. We can blow that up a little bit, can we? See that, Sarge? See the orange wall on the other side?
I see orange there. I mean, based off this photo, I'll be honest with you, I can't tell much beyond that.
We'll go back out. There's that vacant lot right there, right?
Right.
You see that?
Yeah, and you know what, the driveway on this side, yeah, I see what you're saying.
So it's basically where that individual is where those officers are, correct?
Approximate, yes, I would say so.
Okay. And so just as you we talked earlier about the parking lot where your body cam was, just as in the parking lot, you agree there was no sign of a shooting on the street as well?
Correct.
No blood?
No, sir.
No bullet holes?
No, sir.
No shell casings?
No, sir.
No physical evidence of a shooting was recovered at all?
No, sir.
Directing your attention to 22:37 and 29 seconds. Well, we can play this portion. Go ahead.
For checking the area, it doesn't look like anybody's been hurt or anything like that.
By the way, for the transcript, what anyone what page is? Sorry. Page 2, line 14 of that transcript, which is Defense Exhibit B, please. Sorry, do you have one?
I actually do not.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you get your phone. Sorry, I'll give you this copy. It's here, page 2, line 14. Thank you, sir. Okay. Can we start playing that portion again? Maybe go back a few seconds. Okay.
We're checking the area. It doesn't look like anybody's or anything like that.
Okay. So that's what.
Look, they was right there where he said he found the bullets at. What kind of search they did with 7 cops and couldn't find 2 shell casings?
One of your, do you know who that was speaking?
I actually don't.
Okay. Well, one of the officers, right?
Yes.
And you say basically we're checking the area. It doesn't look like anyone got hurt, right?
Correct.
And direct your attention to 2238, which is basically a minute later, 21 seconds.
And check every car in the lot. There's no hits. Wait, who's that? The second PR. Okay, because I got 2 trends that came up.
This is page 3, Sergeant, and line 4, please. Can you play that portion again, please?
So they were only possible. And check every car in the lot. There's no hits.
Okay. And then a few seconds later, 223840, which, second, I want to make sure we direct to the right portion of the transcript. Guys. Okay. Next course I'll direct to the same page, page 3, line 20. So line 20. And now we can play that portion. Go ahead.
Giving no evidence for now. We can give no evidence.
Okay. So one of the officers, you know who that was speaking, by the way?
I did.
Who was that?
So at the time, Officer John Cook, now Sergeant John Cook.
Sorry, John Cook, okay. It said it's going to be no evidence for now. We have no victims, no hits, no evidence, right?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention, directing your attention to 2240. 04. Last page here, please.
Yeah, Tony Soprano killing them right now with this. Look at how bad he making them look. This is just the beginning. This case about to be over.
Go to page 5, line 2. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen. Page 5, line 2. And go ahead, you can play that when you're ready.
Yeah, it sounds like someone probably fired a shot in the air to scare somebody.
Your Honor, we would have an objection on hearsay. Overruled. It's not going to be overruled, sir. Overruled.
Ooh, he hit him with the quick overrule. He hit him with the quick one. Yo, Jazzy T said in the middle of the night, I locked your office door. Come pick up your items. But he hit him with the quick overrule. Y'all heard that? Hold on, let me run that back real quick.
Fired a shot in the air to scare somebody.
Your Honor, we would have an objection on hearsay. Overruled. It's not going to be overruled, sir. Overruled.
And lastly, direct your attention to 2240 and 26 seconds, which would be same page, page 5, line 14, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, no victims as of now, so unless one pops up in the hospital, probably just a warning shot. Yeah, you got it.
Okay, and who was that speaking, do you know?
That's also,
Sergeant Cook?
Yes.
John Cook, whatever.
yes,
Again, no victim as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, it's probably just a warning shot, right?
that's what he said.
And after responding to Lisa Del Mar and Selma Avenue, and carefully searching the scene with your fellow officers, you found no physical evidence of a shooting whatsoever.
That's correct.
And of course, to be clear, that includes no evidence of a shell casing recovery, correct?
Correct, that includes that as well.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lewin, anything? Oh, Mr. Solomon, anything?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right, Sergeant,
Yes, sir.
you were asked questions, I believe, on Friday, of Mr. Takina about your conversations with the DAs on this case. Is that something that customarily happens prior to your testifying?
Yes, it is in every case.
And this incident specifically happened approximately just over 3 years ago, correct?
Correct, yeah.
When you first received a subpoena related to this case, did you immediately know what incident you were even called to testify about?
Absolutely not, no.
Was it of assistance to you in refreshing your memory to be directed to your body-worn video from this specific incident?
Absolutely, yes.
In his questioning on Friday and also today, Mr. Takapina asked you questions about searching for shell casings, I believe is how he phrased them. Are you familiar with the term shells, casings, cartridge cases, things like that?
Yes, sir, I am.
What is your personal background, training, and experience as it relates to firearms?
Well, I have the training I received from the Los Angeles Police Department. I've also attended various trainings outside on my own time related to firearms training, different weapon systems, marksmanship, mostly related, that sort of thing.
In the course of that training that you're talking about, have you, can you even estimate how many rounds of ammunition you fired?
I cannot.
That's a lot.
Right.
Okay.
Over the years, yes.
Are you familiar with, just in general, with handguns, the difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic pistol?
I am, yes.
And in very broad terms, what is the difference between those two types of guns?
Well, I think the biggest distinction would be that a revolver operates from a rotating cylinder where it has each individual chambers, usually typically 5 or 6 chambers, where each round, the bullet, sits inside the individual chambers. And when the trigger is pressed to the rear, the cylinder rotates, the hammer comes back, strikes the round, discharges the round. Then it continues to rotate. The difference between that and a semi-automatic pistol is all of those rounds are contained in a magazine, and it's magazine fed, so there is no rotating cylinder. Revolvers do not eject those casings the same way a semi-automatic weapon does. Every trigger press with a semi-automatic weapon, a shell casing ejects. And with a revolver, it stays within that chamber, continues to rotate until the weapon is empty, and then you manually eject those casings all at once.
So when you were looking for evidence at this scene specifically of cartridge cases being on the ground, that would be in the expectation that a semi-automatic pistol was used, correct?
Correct.
Because with a semi-automatic, those cartridge cases, once the bullet is fired, come out the side of the gun.
Correct, with every press of the trigger.
Okay. And is that true of all semi-automatic handguns? That's how they operate?
Yes.
Have you personally fired semi-automatic handguns?
Yes, I have.
When you fire, just in your own personal experience, when you fire a semi-automatic handgun, do those cartridge cases always come out in exactly the same trajectory, or do they kind of have a tendency to go in different directions?
The different directions.
Okay. And is it those discarded or used cartridge cases that you would have been looking for that night?
Those are the same ones we're talking about, yes.
Right. All right. Just to put a fine point on that, when you searched that entire area, the street, the parking lot, you didn't find any cartridge cases anywhere.
No, I didn't.
And none of your 6 other partners who responded there with you observed or recovered any either, correct?
That's also correct.
You were asked questions, or I'm sorry, this, I think you were directed to the transcripts, about page 3, lines 4 and 5, where one of your partners says that he checked every car in the lot and there's nothing, no hits, correct?
Correct.
In your experience responding to crime scenes throughout
No hits. Translation meaning they didn't find shit.
your entire career where a gun has been discharged, what are the types of damage that you would look for on a car, specifically related to a shooting call?
Sure. So flat tires, glass that's been spiderwebbed, right, or totally blown out, impacts to sides of doors or ricochets off of hoods. These are things that I'm just recalling from recent observations. Those sorts of observations.
Are some of those observations easier to see than others?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you describe that for the jury?
Well, I think the best way to illustrate that is you have a white four-door vehicle. It's easy to see the impact where the paint is missing and the metal is bent and distorted. Whereas if you have a vehicle with a darker color paint job, you might miss it, right? You might not see it. It might blend in.
But also, even more generally, if a window is shattered, you're going to see a large shatter in that window, potentially.
Right, it's hard to miss.
And if a tire is flat, that's easier to see too, correct?
Yes, it is.
Versus, and I want you to assume for purposes of this that we're talking about the hole from a 9mm chambered round. If you observed a bullet hole in either plastic or metal of a car from a 9mm round, that would be a lot smaller, correct?
Comparatively speaking to other larger rounds, yes.
And even comparatively speaking to if the 9mm hit glass or a tire, correct?
Correct.
If a firearm was fired in a downward trajectory and struck the ground, would you expect the round would either ricochet up into the bottom of the car or potentially fragment into bullet fragments that would then strike the car?
I think both of those scenarios are possible.
Okay. Did you and your partners check the bottoms of cars?
No, we didn't.
And in fact, to this point of any damage on the cars, were you or any of your partners, to your knowledge at that scene, familiar with the condition of any of those cars before you responded?
No, we weren't.
So you don't know if any of those cars already had any damage on them?
That's correct, yeah.
Might be on the spot.
Okay. I need that video. Do you have it on a DVD or? Yeah. Oh, okay. I can do it. I can get on my
Tech Cloud says, sounds like a bunch of trash training, sir. That's a fact right there. All over. When do cops do their job? Is this how y'all been putting people in jail all these years by this half-ass investigations?
Yeah.
Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe. We're trying to hit 4K. What's up, gold? We need a couple more, y'all. Appreciate y'all for y'all help us out. To that ASAP Rocky trial right now. Song trial. Just fighting for money.
want to show you defense A. I have the video paused. We've been referring to the timestamp in the upper right-hand corner at 22:38:43. Can you see that on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Just to orient the jury as far as where we're looking at here, would you agree the street on the far right of the screen would be Selma, correct?
Correct. That's Selma that runs east to west.
And then we can just barely see a stop sign. And there's a kind of street directly in front of the officer who's shooting this video, correct? And that would be Vista Del Mar.
Correct. That's Vista Del Mar.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to the handicap parking stalls there. Would you agree that the one closest to the stop sign does not have a car parked in it?
Correct.
I'm going to start this from around the beginning.
Hey, Cal, did you hear any?
One second.
Hey.
My apologies, Sergeant. Marked on the transcript, but I'm not sure where that corresponds to on the video. One second.
Can you look at the corner of it? Nobody was trying this down or anything? So, that's one positive in the hospital. Probably just a warning shot. Yeah, you got it, sir.
Sergeant, I can replay this section, but can you hear what sounds like a crowd of people in the background of this video? I'm going to play it starting at 22:40:41. I'll play it forward for a few seconds.
Okay.
Do you hear a number of people's voices in the background? Not officers.
Right. It's distant, but yes.
Okay. Was this a busy area of Hollywood?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay. Those noises that we hear, would that just kind of be people in the surrounding areas out on Saturday night?
Correct.
I don't have anything else.
Just sort of. Let's go to 22:37:08, please, on that same video. So just take it. There's a famous orange wall over there. You see that thing on the left?
Yes, sir.
All right. And right across where you guys were searching where that individual was before, right across there.
Correct.
Cars right next to that, right?
Correct.
Okay, there's a bunch of cars on the other side of that orange wall, right?
The rider vans here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, there's cars on the other side, I'm saying, of that orange wall, across the street where the officers are.
Right, correct.
Yes, you see those?
Yes.
Okay. And, okay, you could scoot around if you want. Or,
No.
we're done. So you talked about things that you're looking for, flat tires in the car, or broken glass, right? Those two. Impacts on side doors.
Yes, sir.
In any event, you found none of that, right?
That's correct.
And by the way, you never received a report of a complaint at any point in this case that the car was damaged, did you?
At the time when I was at scene, I didn't know.
At any time after, did you become aware?
If somebody had reported it, unless I handled it myself, I wouldn't have knowledge of it, right, if it was after the fact.
And one last thing, a Glock is one of those semi-automatics that does in fact eject shell casings, right?
Correct, it's a striker fire weapon, yes.
Thank you.
All right, Sergeant Zizzo, thank you. Thanks for coming back today. You're excused, next witness.
My next witness is Leah Robinson.
Half-ass investigations. What the hell was that? He don't know how many people was there. He don't recall. They always lying on the stand and they don't get in no trouble. That's crazy. Next witness coming up, family. Appreciate y'all being here. Shout out to the guys in the team. Child Diggy.
Oh, let me mention to you about tomorrow. One of the people involved has a commitment that cannot be avoided. So we're going to start a little early, and we're going to go a little longer. We're going to go 10 to 12:30, but that's going to be it. And then we'll break about 11:15. So be here tomorrow at 10, and then you'll be excused for the day at 12:30. The following day, normal schedule, 10:30 to noon, 1:30. Okay?
Dang, he said 10:30 start, take a break at 11:15, and then they gonna end at 12:30? The hell they gonna do in that little bit of time?
You don't mind just raising your arm? Yeah. You mind just raising your right hand for us, please? Thank you. You solemnly state the testimony you may give at the cause and outcome before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Thank you. Please take a seat on the witness stand there.
What up, Karen? I see you. Appreciate you joining, family.
And state and spell your name for the record.
Leah Elizabeth Martin Brown.
Okay, you need to raise up your voice.
Sorry, Leah Elizabeth Martin Brown.
Can you spell your name for us?
LEAHELIZABETH.
Thank you.
And so Brown, common spelling?
MARTIN-Brown, common spelling.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. President, go ahead.
Good morning, this is Martin Brown. Are you, as you sit here right now, are you nervous?
Yes.
Have you ever testified before?
No.
This is an uncomfortable feeling?
Yes.
All right. Let's try to get through it quickly. On Saturday, November 6th of 2021, were you living or were you in an apartment at 1600 Vine Street in Hollywood?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, turn off the TV. There's something that works up there that should work. All C's. If you don't mind, I'm going to reach over and see if I can turn this on. There you go.
And what exhibit are you showing us?
This is People's Exhibit 1, Your Honor, the map. Ms. Martin Brown showing you what I marked as People's Exhibit 1. I'm going to direct your attention towards the bottom. Do you recognize the area that's depicted in that map?
Yes.
And is the apartment that you were at that evening depicted on this map?
Yes.
Can you point to it for us on the screen behind you? And there should be a stick. Okay. All right, and so she's pointing to the northwest corner of Argyle and Selma. The apartment that you were in that evening, did it have either an exterior facing window or a patio area? And what street did those windows look out on?
Argyle and then also Selma.
So from the window, you could see the corner of Argyle and Selma?
I could see pretty much all of Argyle and then up until like Selma in the back of Davy Wayne's, which is a club along there.
Where would Davy Wayne's be?
Around here-ish.
Okay, so you're pointing all the way to the corner of El Centro and Selma, correct?
Yeah.
Was the apartment that you were in, what floor was that on?
The 7th, it was apartment 701.
Okay. So from the 7th floor, you're up high enough that you can see over the buildings that are at the northeast corner of Argyle and Selma, correct?
Sorry to ask the court, please. Mind the leading a little bit right there.
Yeah, people's position is it's foundational.
Not the last question.
Read the last question, ma'am. Please.
Okay, so from the 7th floor, you're up high enough that you can see over the buildings that are at the northeast corner of Argyle and Selma, correct?
Sustain.
Okay. If I could mark my next exhibit, Your Honor.
6.
Equals 6. One-page document with a single photograph appears to depict the corner of Argyle and Selma. Showing you what I just marked as People 6. Do you recognize that street corner?
Yes.
And do you see the building that you were living in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you point to it for us? All right, I'm going to zoom in. You're pointing to the building on the far left of the screen. If I can. All right. The apartment that you were living in that building, was it?
I'm pointing to the exact balcony.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah. This here.
How do you want to describe that? So.
What the heck she saying she saw from way up there? That's like flows up. And they was under that piece right there.
I would say in the photograph, there are a number of...
Why don't you bring it up to her, let her circle it.
I can do that.
And then put it on the projector.
That's good. Thank you. Circle it. Back up. The black mark that you made here is the exact document you're talking about, correct? Now, it appears that directly across the street from the building that you were living in, there's a number of buildings on this corner of Argyle and Selma, correct?
Correct.
From your vantage point, could you see over those buildings?
Yes.
Taking you back to People's One, you said you were able to see all the way to Selma and El Centro?
Yes.
That night, so November 6, 2021, at approximately 10:18 p.m., did you call 911?
Yes.
Why did you call 911 that night?
I thought someone had been hurt and I wanted to make sure an ambulance came.
How was it that you thought someone had been hurt?
I saw an altercation and it appeared that there may have been a gun involved. So I thought if someone was hurt, I didn't want them to die, if that had been the case. But again, I was on the 7th floor. So.
How many people were involved in the altercation that you're talking about?
3.
Where was the first place that you saw those 3 people, if you remember?
Walking down Argyle.
When you say walking down Argyle, what street would they have been walking towards?
Selma.
And how far up Argyle, so away from Selma, did you see them? Was there some point of reference that you have?
The parking garage that leads into the El Centro apartments.
Okay. Might be difficult to see here on people 6, but do you see the entrance to the parking garage in this photograph?
Sort of.
Where is it that you sort of see that?
It was a little further up here.
Okay. There's a red
indicating on the right-hand side of the photo, halfway up after the first set of cars on the right-hand side of the street.
There's a red sign here that we can see that's vertical. Do you know?
Yo, show some more love to Jazzy T, going crazy. Appreciate you, family. Another donation from Jazzy T. Dropping another 5. Y'all show her some love. Go crazy with the JTs and the umbrellas and all that. Show her some love. Appreciate you, family. Much love, much love. Y'all show Jazzy T some love. Appreciate you.
No, does that sign say, if you could read the full thing, does it say parking?
I believe it does, yes.
And would that essentially be the entrance to the parking lot?
Yes.
Maybe a little past that?
It was a little further up that. But
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. What was the first thing that you observed between the interaction of those people that you described?
Again, it was like I was on a 7th floor balcony. It appeared that they were arguing and they kind of ducked under the parking structure roof and there was like some loud yelling and then they appeared to be fine but went around the corner into the back parking lot and then that's where it appeared that there was another kind of issue and there appeared to be like allegedly a gun drawn and someone appeared to be shot.
Okay, I want to start at the parking garage. You said you saw these 3 people arguing outside of the garage. Did you see a firearm at all while they were outside of the garage?
I was on the 7th floor.
I understand your perspective. From the 7th floor, did you see anything?
Right, that's not the question. He said, did you see anything? She said, I was on the 7th floor. Trying to get her lie together.
Not at that time.
Okay. So the only thing that you observed from the area right in front of the parking garage was arguing? Is that what you're saying?
They seemed to go sort of underneath the roof. There may have been like something physical, but it was obscured by predominantly it was obscured by the roof.
Did you see any physical contact between those men?
Very briefly before underneath, but again, I don't want to speak on that.
So she ain't see, why is she here? I don't understand. She said she ain't seen that. She was on the 7th floor, which means she couldn't really see much of nothing. Anyway, y'all shout out to JT. Show her some love. What up, Stacy Sibbett? I see you. Lady L in the building. I appreciate you, family. Prentice Jones, what up, what up, what up? All right, we getting right back into it. Just had to shout y'all out and trip off her talking about she didn't see nothing, but she a witness.
Thank you. And I'm not asking you to speculate on anything that you're saying happened when you couldn't see them, but from the point that you could see them, what physical contact was it that you saw?
Someone appeared to grab someone.
Were there any, where on the person who was grabbed, where on their body were they grabbed?
I'm not sure, I was too far away.
Did you see any punches thrown or anything like that?
I said what I saw.
Okay.
Don't really.
Thank you. You saw one person grabbed and then they...
And then they kind of went underneath it, like there's like a roof thing that obscured things.
All right. Fair to say while they were under this roof or overhang, you couldn't see them, correct?
Correct.
When you next saw any of the individuals involved in that scuffle, where was that person going?
The three of them appeared to, again, I couldn't identify who was who. They just all looked like people to me. I just saw them all in a group walking towards Selma.
Were all three of them bunched together, or was there any separation between the three of them?
I can't really accurately recall.
Okay. As you saw them walking towards Selma, could you hear anything that was happening between them?
No.
Did you hear even any raised voices, even if you couldn't make out exactly what was said?
Prior to that, yes, but at that stage, no.
When you say prior to, do you mean at the parking garage?
Yes.
Okay. So you heard arguing at the parking garage, but you didn't hear any arguing as they went down Argyle?
No.
When these three did it appear to you that they were all men?
It did appear that they were all men.
Okay. Is there anything else distinct about them that you could describe?
No. One was wearing a black hoodie, but again, it was a long time ago. I don't know if that would be an accurate recollection.
Okay. When could you even tell the race of these people?
It was dark. I don't know.
Okay. So when these three men got to the corner of Argyle and Selma, where did you see them go?
I saw them turn, from my perspective, left, and then into it's kind of like a parking lot behind these buildings.
Okay. I still have people 6 displayed up on the screen here. Can you see the direction that they went in this photograph?
Yes.
And where would, if you could take the pointer, just kind of show us where they walked down Argyle and which way they went down Selma. Okay. So, Your Honor, I would say she's describing walking southbound on Argyle towards Selma on the east side of the street, and then making a left turn and staying on the north sidewalk of Selma, headed eastbound. So you're describing them walking past this building out of view, correct?
They weren't out of view for me.
My apologies, that was not a great question. It would have been off of this photograph, correct? So if I take you back to People's One, what you described was them walking south on Argyle, making a left on Selma, and continuing on Selma, correct?
Yes, and turning into like a parking lot area.
And as they were walking on Selma, could you still see all three of the men that you've been describing?
Yes.
Did you hear anything between them at that point while they were on Selma?
No.
Did you see any interactions between them while they were on Selma?
No.
You said they got all the way to the corner of Vista Del Mar, correct?
From my vantage point, it appeared that they went into the parking lot area. I'm not entirely sure what the street is called. I just know that it's behind the El Centro Apartments.
Okay. If it's marked here as Vista Del Mar, does that sound accurate to you?
If that's marked as that, then I suppose it is accurate. Yes.
Okay. And you know that there's a parking lot at that corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma?
Yes.
So you said, what you described was they walked into the parking lot, correct?
Yes.
Where did you see them go from the parking lot?
I saw them in the parking lot, and then they had what appeared to be an altercation, and then everyone left.
Can you describe what you mean when you say they had an altercation?
Again, this was a long time ago. I can only speak on what I can remember. It appeared that they had some kind of disagreement. There was what appeared to be like a firearm pulled. There appeared to be shots, and then people ran away.
The initial altercation that you're talking about, what was the first thing that you observed?
I can't recall.
Okay. The person that you observed with the gun, where was that person in relation to the two other people?
Closer to the El Centro apartments than Selma.
Just so you know, we're going to break in a minute. Why don't we take a break now? All right, folks, we're going to break now. Please be outside the court doors at 1:30, as close to that time as possible. We will resume with Ms. Martin Brown's testimony. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else.
All right. Well, we see how this is going so far. These witnesses ain't nothing. The cops ain't nothing. That witness ain't really do nothing so far. So, like somebody said, who was that? One Nation. Tony Soprano gonna eat her up once he get on cross and get to crossing her. She gonna be looking real bad. Like, you was on the 7th floor. You did what? All you seen them do is walk and scuffle a couple times and scrape up in between. Crazy. What up, Lady L? I see you. Appreciate you, family. So yeah, we gonna get back into the one we was watching before with Judge McBurney out in Fulton County while we wait for them to come back. But yeah, ASAP for sure staying home. They ain't gonna lock him up over this. This is crazy. Oh, I do. Dang. All right, I ain't even gonna say that. But I've been wanting to show, because it's two different scraped knuckles. Y'all remember when we saw the scraped knuckles? His knuckles, like one of them is like little bitty scrapes, and then the other one is like a big blood gash. Like, they look like two different photos. So I'm gonna have to make a side by side of that. But appreciate y'all being here, family. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's keep it rolling. We're gonna get into a little bit more of this.
Truth, no truth, not but truth of God. I didn't know.
Actually, hold on. Actually, I ain't even gonna go back to that. Oh wait, okay, yeah, we can get back to this first because they gonna show some more videos. I ain't seen this part yet. All right, yeah, we get to some of this, but I got something else I want to play too.
Blue Tesla located?
It is to the top of the screen, slightly to the right above the red truck. It is facing the camera.
Okay. And for the record, the timestamp on this is 4 minutes, 52 seconds, and 24 p.m. on 6/12/2024. And the screen that we're looking at, is this the parking lot of the liquor store that you said was 1.2 miles away from the scene?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
And looking at the timestamp on the video surveillance, is that approximately 4 minutes and change after the shooting incident occurred 1.2 miles away?
I can't see the timestamp again. Could you read it back for me, please?
It's on the top right screen this time.
There's a mini screen. I don't know if that moves.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yes. Yes.
So what will you recite the timestamp for us?
This is 4:52:24 seconds PM on 6/12/24.
Okay, and were you able to confirm the correct timestamp by cross-referencing it to the Atlanta City traffic camera that's positioned directly outside this liquor store?
Yes.
Stacy Sibbett in the building.
I believe there's a difference of maybe 2 seconds, but yes.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna hit play.
You know, that's a good question. I might have to run that clip back. Was that the one that called the police? That might have been her, huh? Oh, snap, I didn't even put the two together. Thanks, family.
Now, at this point here, did you and I review this surveillance together on VLC? VLC Media Player.
Yes.
And does VLC Media Player have a function called interactive zoom?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Hi guys, how is everybody?
Shout out to Queen Slime, Cat Knot Williams. You know she covering the ASAP too. Shout out to her. What up, Plotter? I see you. Appreciate you, family. Laugh always back in the building. What up?
What's been marked as States Exhibit 4. And is States Exhibit 4 a fair and accurate screenshot of the utilization of the interactive zoom at the same image that's on your screen?
Yes, it is.
And were there any other alterations or deletions made to that particular image as it was zoomed in?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would tender States Exhibit 4, a zoomed in image from VLC of this particular screen.
Which is developed from this video.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Thomas, any objection to Exhibit 4?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Your Honor, you're the trier of fact. I'm just going to go ahead and give this to you.
Thanks.
And the driver of this, actually, I'm going to let this play through.
I don't recall. Don't be asking me about no co-defendants. I don't recall.
The gatekeeper.
So this them, I guess at the store. I guess they followed them from the store or what? Where Mookie at? What part of the store is this? You been to this store before? You ain't got some raps from there? That's a fact right there, One Nation. I hope they show her the camera view from her apartment and show somebody standing down there 7 floors down. Probably look like little ants. Probably look like they was all wearing black hoodies.
The person at the 4 minute, 54 hour, 4 p.m., 54 minutes and 50 seconds that exits the blue Tesla from the passenger side. Do you recognize that individual from the surveillance of the shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to identify that individual?
Yes.
All right. And what was that individual's name?
I believe that was Mr. Contavious Campbell.
Okay.
This is the gentleman with the green hat.
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm just going to stop it there. The driver of that Tesla, were you able to identify that individual?
Yes.
Okay. Who would the driver be?
Mr. Jaden Chapman.
Okay. What methods did you use to identify that individual?
So the vehicle was ultimately stopped by the Atlanta Police Department following a car chase. There were only 3 people in the vehicle, so who we were able to identify and interview.
Plotter, come on through. Kick off your shoes. Relax your feet. Enjoy yourself.
That would be the right front, the right left, excuse me, the right left side, front.
Okay, all right. Speaking with our gangs unit, we determined that these people were had a history of gang activity, and we were provided known associates of them, their social media and images of them. And when reviewing those images, we recognized Mr. Chapman from the security footage.
Okay. So are you saying you compared social media images of identified gang members to these surveillance videos, and that's how you were able to identify?
There they go again with the social media. Man, y'all better stop posting that gang stuff on social media. Y'all ain't learned your lesson yet. They tracking everything you do.
Mr. Chapman?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
That would be the right front, the right left, excuse me, the right left side, front.
Okay, all right. 1 second. Plug my bit of certificate of authenticity of domestic records and regularly conducted activity. Notice of this was provided and filed with the clerk on January 7th of 2025.
So it's basically what you were able to obtain from Instagram associated with what you believe is Mr. Chapman's Instagram account.
Right.
Okay.
So they're self-authenticating. So at this time, the state tender states exhibit 5 and 5A into the record.
Okay. Ms. Thomas, any objection to 5 and 5A? They're admitted.
Yo, Prentice Jones, this is up in Fulton County, up in Judge McBurney courtroom. It happened earlier today. I forgot the dude's name, but yeah, somebody got shot. They was trying to rob him, but he didn't give him nothing. Then they ended up shooting him. So yeah, this down in Fulton County. I forgot his name though. I'll figure it out for you. Appreciate you joining, family. Mookie said it's on Joseph East. BM Boom, formerly known as Simpson Road.
Pin you states exhibit 3.
All right. Yep.
He said,
I've got 1 through 4 up here now.
He said, I know exactly where that's at. I even know the old road it used to be. Let me fast forward some of this.
Okay, can you see the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Now, what is, where I'm holding my cursor where it says account identifier?
Yes.
Okay, what does the account identifier, what does that state?
That's the, or what does it actually literally read?
Yeah, what does it read?
BT de Minimis.
Okay.
He said not the BM part. I was like, BM Boone, okay. BM Boone then. He was stuttering. He said, boom, boom. Right, left, front, passenger side.
Who's you talking about, Willis?
The front. It was a body in the front. Oh,
Okay.
that yapper.
Now, where it says sent, what's the date that this says sent?
June 12th, 2024.
Okay. And what's the timestamp that is sent?
20, 35, 46 seconds, universal time.
Okay, are you familiar with what universal time is?
Yes.
What is universal time?
It's effectively Greenwich Mean Time. So it, depending on the time of year, is usually 4 or 5 hours ahead of Eastern Time.
Okay, so this being June, what would be the difference?
I believe it's 4 during the summer.
Yep. All right. And sent and it's, you see where it says author?
Yes.
Just below author, who does it say the author is?
BT de Minimis.
Okay. And you read the time it was sent. So that would have been 16. What time converted to Eastern daylight savings time would that be?
That would have been approximately 4:35.
Approximately 4:35.
Yes.
Okay.
PM.
And what is that a picture of?
It appears to be an AR pistol.
That's that button.
Okay. And does that pistol seem to be consistent with what you observed in the surveillance footage of what was sent?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the backseat of a Tesla?
I am.
Okay. How are you familiar with the backseat of a Tesla?
I own a Tesla.
Okay. Do you actually own the same model of Tesla that was used in this robbery?
Same year, I have the sedan. This was the SUV version, but they are very similar.
Okay. Is that consistent? The floorboard and the positioning of the seats consistent with being the floorboard and the seats of the Tesla that was used in this particular crime?
Yes.
And so this was approximately 12 minutes. This photo was sent approximately 12 minutes prior to the crime occurring, correct?
Right.
And it was sent by BT de Minimis.
That is correct.
Okay. I apologize. I'm just gonna have to scroll. And that was page 910 of the Instagram return. And I'm gonna go to page 975 now.
They're paying investigators more these days, apparently.
You stay out of debt.
You can get a Tesla, apparently.
All right.
We still got the ASAP Rocky open in the back, family. We just filling in the gaps with this trial from earlier. Appreciate y'all being here.
What does it say? Who does it say the author is?
BT de Minimis.
Okay. And what date does it say sent?
And let me see, we can actually skip past some of this.
Okay, what was the time? This. I'm sorry. Where did the shooting, the aggravated assault and attempted armed robbery was investigated? Where did that occur? In the city of Atlanta, inside Fulton County. Okay.
Mr. Chapman, there was also a gun in the blue Tesla?
Let's see how it crosses. My bad, I didn't know I had that on mute. But let's see how her cross is real quick.
What appeared to be the same AR pistol was inside of the blue Tesla.
The blue Tesla.
The blue Tesla.
So the photograph that we saw when that gun was on the floorboard, what appeared to be the same gun was recovered from that same blue Tesla when Atlanta police stopped it sometime later without Mr. Chapman in it.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Regarding the blue Tesla, the vehicle, do you know who the vehicle was registered to?
I do not recall. I believe it was a rental of some sort, but I don't recall if that was from a company or from a specific individual.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that vehicle was registered or leased by Chapman?
Not registered to that I recall.
Okay. In the video, let me see if I could pull that up. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Which how do I get back to the video?
Which one?
This one, the one that's actually up on this big screen.
Yo, 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 shout out to FFS. Appreciate the support, family. Dropping the 10. Y'all show some love to FFS. Drop them some FFS in the chat. Drop some some umbrellas. Damn, I can't get that slime umbrellas out my head. But anyway, it'll be back soon. Y'all show some love to FFS. Appreciate you, family. Joining the sponsor team. Much love, much love. Y'all show some love to FFS.
Okay, then we'll close the evidence in this case. Is there anything beyond the record you've established that you want to share with me at this point, Mr. Hiles?
Your Honor, all I want to share is I feel that we have proved the allegations in the petition to revoke probation beyond a reasonable doubt, well past the preponderance of the evidence standard. And I'm going to ask that you revoke the balance of Mr. Chapman's probation. So he pled to 9 different gang counts, aggravated battery, for which he shot somebody. And that particular victim actually, started getting cold, wanted to show mercy to Mr. Chapman.
You're referring to the underlying charges, not Mr. Humble.
I'm not, no,
Right.
not Mr. Humble. I'm referring to what he's on probation for what we're asking.
Okay.
And it was a series of not only entering on it, but ag assault, ag battery he pled guilty to. And he is continuously out here continuing the same activity with the same members of the same gang that he pled guilty to committing these crimes with, putting the public's life in danger, not only by armed robberies and shooting at individuals, for which I think there's more than enough for party to a crime, for that, but also fleeing at speeds of over 100 miles an hour, crashing into citizens and continuing to flee, and then crashing into another citizen. He is a gang, and 11 years is the only justifiable sentence at this point. He's been given every chance under the sun, and that's what we're asking for.
Okay. Are you able to move the board now? Thanks. I'll hear from you, Ms. Thomas, in just a second. I need to ask Ms. Simpson how much time remains on Mr. Chapman's. There you are. Hey, how much time remains in this case?
He has 2 years, 6 months, 4 days remaining.
Years, 6 months, 4 days. Okay, thank you. Ms. Thomas, I'm happy to hear from you on both whether the state met its burden, but also what you think a reasonable consequence would be. Probably advisable to spend more on the reasonable consequence than whether the state met its burden, because the burden is not so high here, as you know. And as I explained to Mr. Chapman before, it's a preponderance of the evidence. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. And you've heard the same evidence I did today. I don't know what would happen at trial, but that's not what we're doing today. So I'm ready to hear from you.
Right, Your Honor. I will start by saying that Mr. Chapman is here because he allegedly violated his probation by committing the new charges. And we all heard the evidence. And to your point, I won't spend too much time on that point. But Mr. Chapman is 24 years old, and the state is wanting to revoke the full balance of his remaining probation. Your Honor, I will state, however, that in the new charges that he's alleged to commit, he is not a main participant in the violence. He's not carrying a gun. He's not the one who shot at the alleged victim. He is not participating to any mass degree in these crimes. And I know part of the charges is related to him being affiliated with this gang member, but as the court knows, and not to make an excuse for him, but it is difficult for, he's 24 years old. It's difficult for him to associate and be found with around other people and to leave the gang because essentially he poses himself, he puts himself in a position to be targeted and be endangered and could potentially lose his life. And I'm not saying that to say and make an excuse for him and his involvement in these crimes, but I think if we talk about culpability and who is the aggravator in these crimes, you see in all these cases that he is not. The one that I would say he's probably the most culpable is when he fled and eluded the police. But even then, you saw it was a uneventful arrest. Yes, they caught him, they chased him. I'm not diminishing that. But we don't see someone displaying active violence. We don't see him carrying a gun. We don't see him threatening anyone. So because of that, I do believe that revoking the full balance of his probation is not just. He is 24 years old. He has a whole life in front of him. And in the interest of just being transparent, I know he's probably going to have to do some time for sure for his new cases. And the two cases that he did pick up are serious in nature. So I'm not going to even argue that he should do just probation. I just think that revoking the full balance does not allow him to be rehabilitated. And I do think he is somebody that could be rehabilitated. I think that being able to be in some type of structured environment would be beneficial for him. Again, he is 24 years old. His father is present in the courtroom today to show up for support. His grandmother has reached out to me. I know that one of the bigger conversations I've had with his family is leaning into helping Chapman establish a life outside of the gang and being able to reform himself. But unfortunately, he has not been presented with the tools to do so.
Man, they got it out for the gang members right now, huh? Real quick, shout out to the sponsors of the chat so far. FFS said, for the GOAT's work. Appreciate you, family. JT says, just because. Tell Chan, hey, girl. All right, I got you, hey, girl, hey. And she says, free flex, much love. Oh, I didn't even hit the transition. Oh, it must be over already. All right, well, that's it. Appreciate you, family.
So one of the biggest factors he's had is being able to get a job. He feels like he can't get a job and that he's stuck in this circle with these known gang members. Again, I would just ask the court to show some degree of leniency in sentencing him. He is 24 years old. I think a better tool would be to revoke maybe 2-3 years. He's been in custody for quite some time. And then add some additional conditions to his probation that would encourage him to get on the right track, gain employment, get a GED, stay out of Fulton County. And these are provisions that he could potentially meet. Again, his father is present. I just want to address him in the court. So he would be able to help guide him and steer him in the right direction, help with employment. I do believe, I know he was previously on probation, and you're probably asking me, okay, Dorothy, he was just on probation and he still committed these crimes. Again, I would just urge the court to understand that, I mean, it's so recent that he got out. The new charge, I mean, he just hasn't been out long enough to be able to redirect his actions. And again, him being young without resources, change is not going to happen as rapidly as it would for someone with a lot of resource. So I would just urge the court to consider these factors and not revoke the full balance. 12 years is a lot. I mean, if he got out half of his life, I mean, what middle age now is 35, 36. So, I mean, half of his life would be spent in prison. And I know he does have some support and that can help rear him in the right direction, Your Honor. So we just ask that you show my client some mercy and add some extra provisions on there to help guide him, or if you could even connect him with some resources, I think that would be more beneficial so we're not creating more havoc on the system and to the general public.
Okay, thank you. I
Judge,
appreciate
please
that.
respond.
I think you had an ample opportunity to share your perspective on things. I think I understand the state's perspective on this. I have two parts to what I need to do. The first is that I do find, Mr. Chapman, that the state has proven by a preponderance of the evidence that you violated the terms and conditions of your probation, primarily by violating the law in a number of ways, both incidents, the shooting of Mr. Humble, and I get it that you didn't shoot Mr. Humble. I don't think that's the point here, but that incident where Mr. Humble had guns pointed at him, threats to take his property, and he ultimately was shot. You were part and parcel of that situation. We fast forward just a day, and there's the high-speed chase where you are found alone in a different Tesla with a gun, and any number of folks could have been injured in that situation. So I find that you violated your probation. I also find that you were, again, associating with members of a gang, and you were aware that they were members of a gang. That's to me troubling, but less concerning than how quickly you were back in the racket of breaking the law and making life scary and difficult for lots of folks. So I do find you violated your probation. Then I need to figure out what I'm going to do about it. And I've heard from the state as to what I ought to do. And I've heard very eloquently from Ms. Thomas. Want to make sure if there's anything you want me to hear from you directly, you can speak your piece now before I let you know what I'm going to do.
Can I have one moment?
Sure. Do you believe, while you are talking, I have a question for Mr. Hiles. Mr. Hiles, I don't want to foreclose Mr. Humble's opportunity to be heard. I don't know how the Victim's Bill of Rights works with a probation revocation. He's certainly a victim in one of the two cases before Judge Whitaker. She has both of the indictments of these two separate incidents, the shooting.
Oh, hold on, Judge Whitaker in the building. Quick shout out to Judge Whitaker.
And the fleeing and attempting to elude. He may not want to say, I'm not putting him on the spot, but I don't want to foreclose his opportunity to say, I'm over this, or I think that you should bury the guy. He's good? Okay, thank you.
John, I heard everything Ms. Paul said, and
I did too. And I'm gonna now hear from Mr. Chapman if there's anything he wants to say. You don't have to say anything at all. You're not on the spot. I just don't want to prevent you from saying something if you want to be heard. Whatever's easy.
Hey, let me ask y'all real quick. Y'all want to go back and see old girl that was just testifying last? Y'all want to watch some of that while they catch up? Let me know.
Easier for you. Don't bother me.
I understand I made mistakes.
This is all. You can just speak, just project.
I understand I made mistakes. I was asking for like the next level program, my conditions. That's what I just wanted to say.
Okay. The next level program, I'm familiar with that.
Better in the community.
You're 24? Okay. All right. So, Mr. Chapman, as I said, I do find that the state has proven by a preponderance of the evidence that you violated significant conditions of your probation, and they were both special conditions and violations of the law, which empowers me to revoke more than 2 years. I think that Ms. Thomas very effectively argued for the concept of leniency and to give you opportunities. The problem for you is that you already had that. Ms. Thomas wasn't involved with the case before, it was a different lawyer, but Mr. Hood negotiated for you a very lenient outcome to a series of similar situations, and you were given that second chance. I'm not so sure about third chances without a pretty stiff rehabilitation period in between. There are a whole lot of what ifs here that are keeping you away from a much more serious sentence. What if the shot into Mr. Humble had killed him instead of left him frightened and injured and recovering, not just physically, but emotionally? What if your high-speed chase had resulted in an accident where you were hurt or a pedestrian was killed? You put a whole bunch of other people in harm's way, either directly with the Fairburn situation or as a part of that rolling crime scene in the blue Tesla. And none of that is consistent with you demonstrating to me, or more importantly, the community in which you operate, that you had taken any steps to lead a life that was different from the one that got you in front of me the first time, which was all those entering autos and shootings, et cetera. I mean, you just rolled right back into it. And so I don't have a good basis to be confident that Next Level Boys Academy or At Promise or Dad being here would keep everyone safe. So I am going to revoke 10 years of your probation. We'll reinstate the balance so that when you are released, there will be a little bit of probation. And pardons and paroles will figure out if any part of that is parolable. You have a different lawyer for your two cases in front of Judge Whitaker, but they arise from these same set of facts and circumstances, and I am confident that this revocation will feed into a fairly quick resolution of those two cases. Ms. Thomas, I appreciate you parachuting into this case. I know you've been involved with it for a while over the course of a name change, but you've done important work on behalf of Mr. Chapman. You didn't have a lot to work with given the video evidence and the speed with which Mr. Chapman re-engaged with this lifestyle that's dangerous to him, which concerns me, but even more so demonstrated dangerous to people like Mr. Humble and all those people who were just minding their own business on those busy, busy roads in downtown Fairburn. So that is how we are resolving this. Mr. Hiles, thank you for your...
You think they're gonna hit him with the 10, Mookie? That's what you seeing? That's what you foreseeing? The 10 year?
Your time
10,
as
baby?
well. Yes, Mr. Chapman, you will get credit for all the time. You'll get credit for all the time he's been in custody. It's related to these very allegations. Okay. Okay. Yes. That's on the plea and arraignment?
Yes.
Okay.
And Your Honor, that concludes my business before the court. May I be excused?
I'm not sure. Yes, of course, but I think you might have a case on our plea and arraignment,
Today?
which we were going to do first.
Oh. What case was it?
I'm going to tell you. You represent Mr. Thomas, Tyler Thomas.
He's the one that has a pending murder charge.
Client, Mr. Thomas, Tyler Thomas, is charged along with many others with aggravated battery, aggravated assault, and riot in a penal institution. There was a bond hearing, it says, back in November, and I took it under advisement. So maybe we're talking about it again, but I'm happy to hear from you. I'm not remembering that specifically, but here we are.
Yes, so to refresh the court's recollection, the November bond hearing, the reason we put a pause on it was that we found out that he was going to be in custody. And I was also on maternity leave. So because of that, Your Honor said that we were rescheduling when I returned back on leave, and then we have more information about.
And I took it under advisement. So maybe we're talking about it again, but I'm happy to hear from you. I'm not remembering that specifically, but here we are.
Yes, so to refresh the court's recollection, the November bond hearing, the reason we put a pause on it was that we found out that he was going to be in custody. And I was also on maternity leave. So because of that, Your Honor said that we would reschedule it when I returned back on leave, and then we had more information about his sentence and when he would actually be released.
Okay.
Your Honor, as you know, Taylor Thomas is currently in state custody. He has been in custody since May 12, 2017. He is a 36-year-old male. He has graduated high school and has a high school diploma from Carrollton High School. He is a member of the Piney Grove Baptist Church, and his hope is once he's released to be back and join membership at the church. He does have 2 children under the age of 18. I believe they are 11 and I think 10 or 8. He does not have any relationships with the co-defendants.
The co-defendants, he had a co-defendant in his murder case. You're referring to the co-defendants in this.
Yes, Your
this
Honor.
case.
This case stems from basically a riot that happened in the jailhouse. It's numerous defendants were named in that incident. My client, without delving into the facts of that case, my client maintains he's innocent. It was an issue of, or a matter of self-defense. That's what caused or that gave rise to these charges. Your Honor, I've been in contact with his father. He's been in close communication with me. The plan is if he's able to post his bond, he would return to his father's home. His father does reside in Carrollton County, and I have the address that he would be staying with. It would be 75 Gladney Drive, and Gladney is Gladney Drive, Carrollton, Georgia, 30116. His father is in full support of Mr. Thomas and has been appearing to court appearances. I'm not sure if Mr. Thomas is present, and he is, Your Honor.
We've met before.
So he's been a really big advocate for Mr. Thomas. And again, since you know him, I'm sure you're aware that he shows up anytime there's a hearing. So he will be returning to his residence and has agreed to take in Mr. Thomas. Again, he will not be in Fulton County, so you don't have to worry about witness intimidation or his likely to reoffend. And I will mention that.
So the prosecution is trying to deny his bond because he got in a fight in Fulton County, but he been locked up 9 years, ain't never got in no trouble. Soon as he got to Fulton County, he got in a fight. They got jumped, got in weapons battle, whatever you want to call it. I was about to say got stabbed, but I wasn't sure. But soon as he got in Fulton County,
that the murder trial was his first time being involved criminally, is my understanding. And then the 2 other cases he picked up while he was in custody. And those charges stem from incidents that occurred in 2024. And I'd just like to remind the court that since he's been in custody in 2017, he has not had any behavioral incidents until he came to Fulton County. So I think that speaks to the kind of person he is. He's not a violent person. He's not a threat to the community. He's not a threat to his co-defendants. He has a very low likely to reoffend. He seems hopeful that he's able to get out and get on the right track. As far as employment, he wants to work, obviously. He's talked about getting a job at a warehouse. His father owns some properties in Carrollton County, so he might even work for his father if he's unable to get a warehouse position. Your Honor, based on these factors, that Ayana factors, I just don't believe that he is a threat to the community. He's a flight risk. He has ties to the community. For that reason, we're asking that a reasonable bond be set in this matter. His father, is my understanding, is not working. He actually just had heart surgery. So Mr. Thomas would be a primary caretaker for him. Because of that, there's not a lot of funds to help with the bond. So we would just ask a reasonable bond of $5,000 be set to allow his father to be able to post it and potentially let Mr. Thomas out. And of course, any other provisions you require, 24-hour curfew, ankle monitor, stay away from the co-defendants. Again, just to reiterate that the purpose of the bond is to just make sure that he appears in court. And if as you can see, his father is always appearing in court, regardless that he lives in Carrollton. So I don't think the court should be.
All right, let me see. I started a poll in the chat. Do y'all think he will get a bond? And if so, do you think it will be under $50,000? Let me know. What y'all think?
Concerned or even hesitant that he will not. His father is able to make it, and I believe he will hold his son to that standard as well. No further comments, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Dilligard, your thoughts about bond, and I know you're coming in a little fresh to the case. I've heard a little bit about it because of a bond hearing for a co-defendant in the case. But it was very much focused on that defendant and nothing about Mr. Thomas.
Yes, Judge. The state is inclined to ask the court not to set a bond. We're opposed to a bond based off the fact that the defendant was.
Shit, I looked down. I thought I heard Love voice for a minute. I looked up so quick, she almost scared me. I was like, what Love doing here?
Was incarcerated in Fulton County Jail based off very serious charges, and while incarcerated, picked up 2 new offenses a week apart, I believe. 13 days, so about 2 weeks apart. Both very serious offenses where victims were injured pretty badly in the jail, and so we have a concern of risk of committing future felonies if given a bond on those matters. However, if the court is inclined to set a bond, we would be asking for a high bond with an ankle monitor and 24-hour curfew.
The case we're talking about involves a bunch of defendants. I'm curious if you've been able to develop during your brief time with the case a sense of Mr. Thomas's connection to it. His other case, he's the only defendant named, and so that's one that in some ways ought to be more concerning because it's 1 versus 1, at least as it's alleged. Here, the case that
and so he already got another case that he been in there for 9 years. It's something to do with a murder. I don't know if he committed the murder, but he was part of it. He got a co-defendant.
we're talking about setting bond, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 defendants and 1 victim. And so I think it is pertinent to understand the state's perspective of all 7 were equally involved in striking the victim with an extension cord, or if some people held them down, or someone, I say, merely held a door open. It's all party to a crime, and I appreciate that, but there are different degrees of participation. And I don't know that you've been able to sift through that yet.
Judge, I haven't very deeply. However, the notes in my file indicate that there's video footage showing all of the inmates going in and out of the cell where the victim was. And so I don't know if we know exactly what happened inside of the cell, but I do know that there's what appears to be video footage of all the inmates entering in and out.
And Your Honor, if I may have closing remarks.
You will. I'll come back to you. Okay. All right. Anything else, Ms. Dilligard? Okay. All right. Ms. Thomas, anything you want to add?
Yeah, sure. I'd just like to proffer to the court that I did defend Mr. Thomas at the preliminary hearing.
In this case?
Yes.
Okay.
And the fact is, the magistrate court or magistrate judge did not find probable cause, and I believe the DA's office just indicted the case. But I think that speaks to the type of evidence that was presented, and just the recollection of what the evidence was. There was video footage, but there was no video footage inside the cell. And it was just a whole bunch of members standing around. And because everybody was around, everyone got charged. The victim was not able to.
So she's saying they got video of it. I wonder, do they show the video? Let me see. No, they don't show the video on this one. It might be another date. But all right, let's get into it.
Identify Mr. Thomas as the assailant. No other evidence existed to tie him to the actual incident. No weapon was found on him. No other occurrence.
It looks like Judge Brooks bounded over on misdemeanor battery only and said not probable cause for aggravated assault. Okay. All right.
His name is Mr. Thomas. His attorney name is Miss Thomas too, which is kind of crazy. But he was locked up for some type of murder charge or being an accessory to a murder, being locked down for 9 years. They brought him back to Fulton County, and he got in his first fight after all this time. So he trying to get out, though. He trying to get the bond hearing. So we'll see. He about to rule on it right now in a minute.
Well, I'll set a bond. I mean, some of it seems to me like an academic exercise. I don't know how parole works, but if they would otherwise be considering Mr. Thomas for parole, but for no bond in this case, based on my understanding of the facts and circumstances of this case, I think it does support a bond with conditions that would keep Mr. Thomas out of this type of trouble. This was jail trouble anyway.
Yeah, see, so the prosecution trying to fight to deny his bond and keep him in jail for longer because he got in a fight, and they saying that he's a danger to society, but he got in a fight in y'all jail, in Fulton County Jail. He ain't been in no other trouble besides y'all jail. Obviously, y'all jail is the problem.
And it won't be a condition of bond that he be at Rice Street. Looking at the indictment, I will set a bond of $30,000, 10 for each of the 3 counts. It'll be through the sheriff's 10% program, so that if the family is able to put that money up, they'll get it back minus some administrative fees when the case is resolved. Mr.
$30,000. There you go. He got the bond. He got approved for bond. $30,000. That boy could go home. Y'all thought they wasn't gonna give it to him, huh?
Thomas will need to reside at his father's home at Gladney Drive. What were the digits of Gladney Drive?
75.
Just 2 digits? Okay, exclusive street. All right, 75 Gladney Drive in Carrollton. Mr. Thomas initially will be wearing an ankle monitor, county funded. That will be reviewed after 6 months if he hasn't resolved his case by then. It will be a condition of his bond that he stay out of Fulton County other than for court. That will be the only reason to go into Fulton County. Then he will start with a curfew of 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. unless he can document with pretrial supervision that he has a job that requires him to be out of the Gladney Drive address.
And it done turn love to a bobblehead.
Few period. Otherwise, it's basically daylight hours that he can be in circulation. No contact with any of the co-defendants, no contact with the victim. Any other conditions, Ms. Dilligard, you'd like to see on this bond for someone who is in state custody? All right. Ms. Thomas, anything else about bond for Mr. Thomas in the case of 24 SC 004460?
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
All right. Mr. Thomas, you have any questions?
No, sir. I was a victim. I got attacked. I was offending myself in Fulton County. I tried to get the officers to help me. I told them to complain about it. I fought for my life and defended myself. If I would have not fought for myself, it's a high chance I would have not made it out of Fulton County Jail. I told multiple officers, investigators to help me. I had been threatened. If you was to look at this camera footage, I hit the door to get the officers to help me out the dorm. There was no officers on the floor. I've been gone 9.5 years. I haven't had not one DR. I don't bother nobody. I don't mess with nobody. I was being attacked.
Okay. Well, Ms. Thomas conveyed that to me, and I've set a bond. So when you are out or before then, since this case can move along now, Ms. Thomas will be able to talk with the prosecutor about what ought to happen to your part in this case. But I hear you loud and clear, and I suspect someone's going to have me watch the video as well, and we'll figure out what we're going to do. You'll be involved with all of that. Even if you are still in GDC custody, if something's going to happen with your case, we'll either get you brought back here, have you appear virtually like this so you know what's happening, okay? All right, thank you.
My bad about the volume, man. Them things jumping up and down and all over the place. Appreciate y'all being here though, family. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in. That boy got that bond, yo.
Free to go. And thank you, Ms. Willis, for lining up folks from Jackson, getting Mr. Thomas on the call.
No problem, Your Honor. Have a great one.
You too. All right. It's noon. So tell me what we.
Yeah. So her name is Miss Jackson, the lady right there, and then the dude that was in jail, his name was Mr. Jackson. So that's why it's two Jacksons, two people with the name Jackson. Appreciate y'all being here, family. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in, share with a friend. Let's see, we're gonna get back into that thing. I want to see if old girl that was on the stand, if she the one that called the police. So I want to go back into some of that, and by the time we watch that, they should be about ready to come back into court. So I appreciate y'all being here, family. Much love, much love. Hit the like button for your boy one time for the one time. Come and tap in the most interactive. I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh. I am the God. Come and tap in the most interactive. I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh. I am the God. Flesh with God. Come and tap in the most interactive. All right.
So help you God.
All right, here she go right here.
Please take a seat of the witness stand there. And please adjust the microphone and state and spell your name for the record.
Leah Elizabeth Martin Brown.
Okay, you're allowed. You need to raise up your voice.
Sorry, Leah Elizabeth Martin Brown.
Please spell your name for us.
LEAHELIZABETH.
Thank you.
And Brown, common spelling?
MARTIN Brown, common spelling.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. President, go ahead.
Good morning, Ms. Martin Brown. Are you, as you sit here right now, are you nervous?
Yes.
Have you ever testified before?
No.
This is an uncomfortable feeling?
Yes.
All right. I'll try to get through it quickly. On Saturday, November 6th of 2021, were you living or were you in an apartment at 1600 Vine Street in Hollywood?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, turn off the TV. There's something that works up there that should work. All C's. I'm also going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to reach over and see if I can turn this on. There you go.
And what exhibit are you showing us?
This is People's Exhibit 1, Your Honor, the map. Ms. Martin Brown showing you what I marked as People's Exhibit 1. I'm going to direct your attention towards the bottom. You recognize the area that's depicted in that map?
Yes.
And is the apartment that you were at that evening depicted on this map?
Yes.
Can you point to it for us on the screen behind you? And there should be a stick. Okay. All right, and so she's pointing to the northwest corner of Argyle and Selma. The apartment that you were in that evening, did it have either an exterior facing window or a patio area?
Both.
And what street did those windows look out on?
Argyle and then also Selma.
So from the window, you could see the corner of Argyle and Selma?
I could see pretty much all of Argyle and then up until like Selma in the back of Davy Wayne's, which is a club along there.
Where would Davy Wayne's be?
Lady Justice is blind. Everybody can get
Around here.
Okay, so you're pointing all the way to the corner of El Centro and Selma, correct?
Yeah.
Was the apartment that you were in, what floor was that on?
The 7th, it was apartment 701.
Okay. So from the 7th floor, you're up high enough that you can see over the buildings there at the northeast corner of Argyle and Selma, correct?
Sorry to throw. Ask the court, please. Mind deleting a little bit right there.
Yeah, people's position is it's foundational.
Not the last question.
Read the last question, ma'am. Please.
Okay, so from the 7th floor, you're up high enough that you can see over the buildings that are at the northeast corner of Argyle and Selma, correct?
Sustain.
Okay. If I could mark my next exhibit, Your Honor.
6.
Equals 6. One-page document with a single photograph appears to depict the corner of Argyle and Selma. Showing you what I just marked as equals 6. Do you recognize that street corner?
Yes.
And do you see the building that you were living in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you point to it for us? All right, I'm going to zoom in. You're pointing to the building on the far left of the screen. If I can. All right. The apartment that you were living in that building, was it?
I'm pointing to the exact balcony.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah. This here.
How do you want to describe that? So I would say in the photograph, there are a number of, let's see.
Why don't you bring it up to her, let her circle,
I can do that.
and then put it on the projector.
That's good. Thank you. We'll circle it.
They didn't ask her yet if she was the one that called the police, right? Or did they ask her about that at all?
Ask you to do it one more time with Sharpie. Doesn't really show up with the ball point. Thank you. Okay. Putting people 6 back up. The black mark that you made here is the exact document you're talking about, correct? Now, it appears that directly across the street from the building that you are living in, there's a number of buildings on this corner of Argyle and Selma, correct?
Correct.
From your vantage point, could you see over those buildings?
Yes.
Taking you back to People's One, you said you were able to see all the way to Selma and El Centro?
Yes.
That night, so November 6, 2021, at approximately 10:18 p.m., did you call 911?
Yes.
Why did you call 911 that night?
I thought someone had been hurt and I wanted to make sure an ambulance came.
How was it that you thought someone had been hurt?
I saw an altercation and it appeared that there may have been a gun involved. So I thought if someone was hurt, I didn't want them to die, if that had been the case. But again, I was on the 7th floor. So.
How many people were involved in the altercation that you're talking about?
3.
Where was the first place that you saw those 3 people, if you remember?
Walking down Argyle.
When you say walking down Argyle, what street would they have been walking towards?
Selma.
And how far up Argyle, so away from Selma, did you see them? Was there some point of reference that you have?
The parking garage that leads into the El Centro apartments.
Okay. Might be difficult to see here on people 6, but do you see the entrance to the parking garage in this photograph?
Sort of.
Where is it that you sort of see that?
It was a little further up here.
Okay. There's a red
indicating on the right-hand side of the photo, halfway up after the first set of cars on the right-hand side of the street.
There's a red sign here that we can see that's vertical. Do you know, does that sign say, if you could read the full thing, does it say parking?
I believe it does, yes.
And would that essentially be the entrance to the parking lot?
Yes.
Maybe a little past that?
It was a little further up that. But
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
No one said ain't nobody fucking with it. And he got the lab on lockdown.
What was the first thing that you observed between the interaction of those people that you described?
Again, it was like I was on a 7th floor balcony. It appeared that they were arguing, and they kind of ducked under the parking structure roof, and there was like some loud yelling, and then they appeared to be fine, but went around the corner into the back parking lot, and then that's where it appeared that there was another kind of issue, and there appeared to be like allegedly a gun drawn, and someone appeared to be shot.
Okay, I want to start at the parking garage. You said you saw these 3 people arguing outside of the garage. Did you see a firearm at all while they were outside of the garage?
I was on the 7th floor.
I understand your perspective. From the 7th floor, did you see anything that
Not at that
resembled?
time.
Okay. So the only thing that you observed from the area right in front of the parking garage was arguing? Is that what you're saying?
They seemed to go sort of underneath the roof.
I pleaded Woody.
There may have been like something physical, but it was obscured by predominantly it was obscured by the roof.
Did you see any physical contact between those men?
Very briefly before underneath, but again, I don't want to speak on that any further.
Thank you. And I'm not asking you to speculate on anything that you're saying happened when you couldn't see them, but from the point that you could see them, what physical contact was it that you saw?
Someone appeared to grab someone.
Were there any, where on the person who was grabbed, where on their body were they grabbed?
I'm not sure, I was too far away.
Did you see any punches thrown or anything like that?
I said what I saw.
Okay.
I don't really.
Thank you. You saw one person grabbed and then they...
And then they kind of went underneath it, like there's like a roof thing that obscured things.
All right. Fair to say while they were under this roof or overhang, you couldn't see them, correct?
Correct.
When you next saw any of the individuals involved in that scuffle, where was that person going?
The 3 of them appeared to, again, I couldn't identify who was who. They just all looked like people to me. I just saw them all in a group walking towards Selma.
Were all 3 of them bunched together, or was there any separation between the 3 of them?
I can't really accurately recall.
Okay. As you saw them walking towards Selma, could you hear anything that was happening between them?
No.
Did you hear even any raised voices, even if you couldn't make out exactly what was said?
Prior to that, yes, but at that stage, no.
when you say prior to, do you mean at the parking garage?
Yeah.
Okay. So you heard arguing at the parking garage, but you didn't hear it?
So she was out there watching the whole time, listening, tracking them, following them.
Arguing as they went down Argyle? When these three were, did it appear to you that they were all men?
It did appear that they were all men.
Okay. Is there anything else distinct about them that you could describe?
No. One was wearing a black hoodie, but again, it was a long time ago. I don't know if that would be an accurate recollection.
Okay. When they, could you even tell the race
He said, okay then, I plead the bean.
of these people?
It was dark. I don't know.
Okay. So when these three men got to the corner of Argyle and Selma, where did you see them go?
I saw them turn, from my perspective, left and then into it's kind of like a parking lot behind these buildings.
Okay. I still have people 6 displayed up on the screen here. Can you see the direction that they went in this photograph?
Yes.
And where would, if you could take the pointer, just kind of show us where they walked down Argyle and which way they went down Selma. Okay. So, Your Honor, I would say she's describing walking southbound on Argyle towards
She had that clear bird's eye view up there then.
Selma on the east side of the street, and then making a left turn and staying on the north sidewalk of Selma, headed eastbound. So you're describing them walking past his building out of view, correct?
They weren't out of view for me.
My apologies, that was not a great question. It would have been off of this photograph. Correct. So if I take you back to People's One, what you described was them walking south on Argyle, making a left on Selma, and continuing on Selma, correct?
Yes, and turning into like a parking lot area.
And as they were walking on Selma, could you still see the...
Bean said, I'm so tired, I'm about to fall asleep on y'all ass. Appreciate y'all being here, family. They should be about back in maybe about 5-10 minutes if they early. If they on time, I should say. But appreciate y'all being here. I'm still trying to figure out if this the lady that called the police. Now, I know she said she was watching everything they was doing from the beginning to the end, but is she the one that called the police? I don't know.
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting the state earlier, but the state can talk the ears off a donkey. This continued filibustering has got to stop.
All three of the men that you've been describing?
Yes.
Did you hear anything between them at that point while they were on Selma?
No.
Did you see any interactions between them while they were on Selma?
No.
You said they got all the way to the corner of Vista Del Mar, correct?
From my vantage point, it appeared that they went into the parking lot area. I'm not entirely sure what the street is called. I just know that it's behind the El Centro Apartments.
Okay. If it's marked here as Vista Del Mar, does that sound accurate to you?
If that's marked as that, then I suppose it is accurate.
Okay. And you know that there's a parking lot at that corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma?
Yes.
So you said what you described was they walked into the parking lot, correct?
Yes.
Where did you see them go from the parking lot?
I saw them in the parking lot, and then they had what appeared to be an altercation, and then everyone left.
Can you describe what you mean when you say they had an altercation?
Again, this was a long time ago. I can only speak on what I can remember. It appeared that they had some kind of disagreement. There was what appeared to be like a firearm pulled. There appeared to be shots, and then people ran away.
The initial altercation that you're talking about, what was the first thing that you observed?
with the I don't recall. Y'all go sub up to Reggie Righteous. Fire music on deck. Y'all go check them out. Appreciate you, family. Beth, we could bring Beth up in here.
The person that you observed with the gun, where was that person in relation to the two other people?
Closer to the El Centro apartments than Selma.
Just to let you know, we're going to break in a minute. Now, why don't we take a break now, since you... All right, folks, we're going to break now. Please be outside the court doors at 1:30, as close to that time as possible. We will resume with Ms. Martin Brown's testimony. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves.
Required to let us know that they have interviewed.
We still waiting for him to come back, family. Should be a couple more minutes. We could run back some of this earlier. Remember when the judge was banging on him? Look at him propping up in his chair. He getting ready. Like, we back for the bull. Nah, this ain't live yet. Almost live. Like, maybe 6 more minutes. They supposed to be back. They said they be back at 2:30. So 2:30 Pacific Standard Time. That should be 6 more minutes.
The defendant, or the witness, they have to let us know that interview took place, when it took place, who was there. It appears, and again, I'm not going to pull punches. It's very clear what's going on.
All right, so what do you suggest?
Well, what I suggest is I find it completely disingenuous that we have 3 hours now worth of interviews. We got a total of about 15 lines. Very little detail about what's going on. And so if all of a sudden he ends up testifying to more detail than he gave, and the court already has because we've sent it, if he ends up testifying to more detail than what he has previously provided in this miniaturized summary, then we got a discovery violation.
All right. Are you? Who's going to be a question? All right. Are you going to be going into any subjects or areas that are not covered in what you gave to the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
So there is nothing.
Look, you see the prosecution scared. You could tell they scared. Like, why they up here crying like little people? Like, don't let them do this, Judge. Don't let them come. We don't want them to do this.
That you are going to ask about that does not fall within the summary.
That's correct.
Correct. Okay, then I think there's been I think discovery's been satisfied.
Well, at least this point,
right.
We can't demonstrate the discovery's not been satisfied because he hasn't testified yet. Does the court really believe that we have 3 hours of interviews and 15 lines? I don't.
I have. This is not the first time I've been aware that lawyers don't take notes of interviews. If this is
hit them with that love move. Yep, we did an interview, but we didn't take no notes. We didn't record it. We didn't do nothing. All we did was got memory, and we gonna bring them on the stand and ask them about what we said. Y'all can play that game. We can play that game too.
Mr. Siegel represents to me that no notes were taken, or Mr. Tacopina represents to me that no notes were taken. I have no basis to disbelieve it. Would I do it that way? No. But if they choose to do it that way, that's their choice. He told you, Mr. Siegel just told you, that any topic that's going to be inquired about is in the summary that you've got. So for now, discovery has been complied with. All right, let's talk about Phillips. When was the first time Phillips was interviewed? We were just talking about Levin.
No.
11. We were just talking about Levin. right? We're not talking about
No,
Phillips.
you're right, John.
All right. When was the first time Mr. Phillips was interviewed?
It was a week after we interviewed Ms. Leonard.
All right, around August 23rd?
That's right.
And where did that happen?
In the office.
Okay, and who was present for that?
Same circumstances, Mr. Tacopina, Ms. Lanzoni, and myself.
And how long did that interview take?
Yeah, about an hour, Your Honor.
1 hour? No notes or no report?
No.
Did you provide a detailed outline of the sum and substance?
We did. At the same time, we provided that detailed sentence.
Now, do you intend to go into any areas with Mr. Phillips that are not within the summary that you provided to the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. How many other times did you interview?
That was it.
That's the only time?
That's right.
Just so it's clear, Your Honor, we were provided literally with about 12 lines of.
Hey, that's a fact. Hey, Redden would have loved that right there. Y'all remember Redden? The one that jumped over the bench and hit the judge and jumped on the judge? He could have easily cleared that one right there. It looked like one large table.
Mr. Levin's alleged testimony. The issue is not.
We're talking about Phillips now.
Excuse me. Levin was 12 lines. Phillips was 18 lines.
Okay.
And I should just add that the issue is not that they're not going to cover a new area. It's that, as an example, when Mr. Phillips is talking about the actual incident, there's very little information there. It would appear, as the court is aware, the first thing that they said in discovery was that the witness would testify, quote, about his observations during the incident. So they then follow that up with, well, okay, we're now going to tell you apparently a little bit about what he's going to say. So again, Your Honor, this is our concern. Because we've been provided with so little of what actually happened, it's not that we're going to introduce a new topic. It's that all of a sudden, these witnesses are going to get on the stand, and the amount of detail they are going to give is going to be completely inconsistent with the minimal information that we were given. When you add in the fact, and again, they're not required to take notes, but they are absolutely required to immediately after provide, if they're not going to take notes or record, an accurate summary and statements of what the witness has said. So our concern is we basically were given nothing, almost zero. They're going to get up on the stand after, again, 2 hours for one, an hour for one, 3 hours prior to the other, and they're going to testify in greater detail. That, when you combine that with the prior attempts and not turning over discovery, even after the court's order, leads to the inescapable conclusion that they're not complying with the meaning of the letter in the court's order. So I understand the court doesn't have anything it can do now, but the court has been furnished with the discovery they provided. It's not a long read, as I said.
I haven't been provided anything.
It's in, I believe it's in the emails that we have sent. If not, I will give the court a copy, but it's literally on one page for both of them.
If I'm understanding you, Mr. Siegel, that any topic that you're going to cover on direct examination,
I'll be doing this, Mr. Phillips.
All right. Am I correct in assuming that any question that is asked on direct examination by either counsel or Mr. Levin and Mr. Phillips is encompassed in the summary that's been given to the prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I just wanted to yes or no. All right.
I'd like to say more than one word.
Wait.
Look, locking them down. What up, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining.
All right. I don't see any other topics to go into. All right.
In terms of on this issue of total.
For now,
there's a couple of other issues that people have. The first issue relates to, it's not just the real evidence of profit. We've been furnished with only 2 witnesses at the call.
Right.
It is our understanding there will be no other witnesses that will be called to testify about the profit. The court's aware. Counsel and I have been asking for days, in email the court is talking to you, are you planning on producing the gun in this case?
He said no.
Well, they refused to answer that question the last week we've been asking. They've also answered the second question, are they now planning, which would be against the court's discovery order, to call any other witness regarding the profit? information. Can the court please inquire? We've only been told there's 2 witnesses they're calling, plus maybe the defendant.
So, any other witnesses that you intend to call or reasonably intend to call?
But the only possibility is sitting right to my right, Your Honor, right? So,
So it's either the Levin, Phillips, and Rossi, or just Levin and Phillips?
Yeah.
The next issue that we would have, Your Honor, is we want to make sure. There have been times where counsel has asked to approach, but he still wanted to be on the record. Our position going forward is that unless it is something having to do with an issue with the jury, the prior times occurred before the jury was selected. Counsel made certain arguments in open court, then he asked to approach, and he made different arguments, but he wanted to do it on the record. Unless the court orders it, and there's a good reason, the last time this happened, Your Honor, as the court is aware, counsel elected at his request to give a speech that he was very happy with this jury, wanted it to be known that he was happy with the jury.
Give a speech to who? Stop, don't interrupt.
Okay, fine.
You'll have a chance.
No, I know, but he should.
You'll have a chance.
I know
Wait
what
till
he's
he
doing.
finishes, then you will have a
I
chance.
know what he's doing right now.
Do not interrupt neither of you interrupt the other.
He gave a
There you go, right there. So I think that's gonna be a nice little battle. I want to see them get into it a couple more times, but they ended kind of quick, so it ain't gonna go deep like Glanville and Love. They be sitting there arguing for 30 minutes. But anyway, let's keep it going.
He said, I need to say something in open court. And then he made a statement about how they were very happy with the jury. Clearly, it didn't matter for the court. He then asked to approach. When we asked to approach, he said he wanted to do it on the record. On the record. But outside the press, he then complains about the jury selection, about a specific juror, etc. We are not going to participate in Mr. Tapapina's attempts to manipulate the media. Again, that ties into the fact that when the case started, I very kindly said to Mr. Tapapina, hey, listen, I know you've been speaking to the media before trial. There was no order, you have every right. Are you going to be saying anything once the trial started? He assured me in front of my co-counsel, the response was, John, I would never do that. I won't be saying anything to the press. Meantime, he is speaking, I already sent the court this, he's speaking to TMZ, he likes to say things to the press as he leaves the building. We took him at his word that he wasn't going to be talking to the press while the pendency of this trial was going on. This is necessity as an example. We ended up hearing his arguments basically about the jury issues repeated by Al Sharpton. We're not going to try this case in the press. We're going to ask the court at this point to order Mr. Tapapina to not speak to the press during the pendency of this trial.
Okay, I guess I'll start in reverse, Your Honor. First of all, I'd like him to provide a quote of what I said.
Saying y'all can't talk to the press. Remember, they tried to do that with Doug Weinstein too. Doug Weinstein fought against that, and he won too. Talking about y'all can't speak to the press, and Fonnie Willis all on the news. Fonnie Willis all up over there on the news with this.
Everybody. Lady Justice is blind. Everybody can get it.
To the press, because one thing I've never done is speak about the facts of this case since the jury's been out. Never. Okay? But I do have here a quote from the district attorney, Mr. Hoffman, who did quote to Extra that he appreciates any time defense counsel is pretty sure they're going to prevail, but we don't bring cases unless we're very sure we can win those cases by establishing and meeting our burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I believe that when we see the evidence that's going to be presented in this case, we'll meet that burden. So that's their district attorney. Okay? So I should be able to rebut something like that. That's different. That's saying we're going to win the case, we know the evidence, and we'll meet our burden. I talked about nothing other than potential issues with the jury. I didn't speak about the facts. I didn't speak about Mr. Efron. And I won't do that. Now, the last thing he said was I spoke to TMZ. Again, I defy him to provide to the court what I spoke about, because I didn't violate any order. First of all, there's no order. But I certainly, I know enough not to speak about the facts of the case. By the way, I didn't openly say it to the jury. Certainly, I would never say anything outside of that opening statement, but I didn't even do that, Your Honor. I simply talked about the issue with the jury. And the reason I did that is because he just did again what he did the other day. Stood up and said, we're not happy with this jury. Try and get that message back to the jury that we're not happy with them. That is not the case. But, Your Honor, the reason I raised the issue about maybe we would have.
Hold on, y'all see Rocky bobbing his head? I didn't catch that the first time. Rocky always bobbing his head like, hell yeah, for real. Watch, hold on.
Elected did the other day. Stood up and said, we're not happy with this jury. Try and get that message back to the jury that we're not happy with them. That is not the case. But, Your Honor, the reason I raised the issue about maybe we would have selected a different jury, or certainly a different juror or two, is because of the late disclosure of the ballistics report after a jury was impounded. And we have a right to make that. Doesn't mean I'm unhappy with the jury.
And I believe you
So,
said
you know,
before lunch
disingenuous. We can now get
apartment
disingenuous.
was closer, or farther away from Selma, so closer to this side of the building, correct?
Yes, correct.
Up 7 stories high.
Yeah.
Now, you had described looking out.
All right, family. We back live now. We are back live.
Closer to this side. Apartment was closer, or farther away from Selma, so closer to this side of the building, correct?
Yes, correct.
Up 7 stories high.
Yeah.
Now, you had described looking out. Were you on the balcony or were you looking out the window?
Both. I started out on the balcony, and then as things progressed, went inside to the windows.
So at the point where you saw the men walking down Argyle after the parking garage altercation, were you inside or outside of the apartment?
Outside.
And then when the men turned onto Selma, were you still inside or outside of the apartment?
We moved inside.
Okay. So at the point where you described you saw the men arrive here at Selma and Vista Del Mar, you were inside of your apartment.
Correct.
And what is the first thing that you recall seeing when you saw the men arrive at that intersection?
They were in this parking lot, and I couldn't hear anything, but it appeared that there was some kind of, I don't really know how to describe it. You could just tell that the vibe changed, and then they appeared to argue, and then there appeared to be a gun pulled, and then 2 shots fired. It appeared that someone fell down. There were some cars, so I didn't see what happened to that person, which is why I called 911. And then people ran off. Someone ran through the El Centro apartments, another scattered. And that, at that point, is kind of why I called, because I didn't see the third person. So I was like, I hope they're okay.
Okay. Now, I'm going to kind of go step by step through what you just said. The first part of your statement that you said, the words you used were the vibe changed, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you described there being an altercation. Did you see any physical contact between any of the 3 men?
No, it appeared to me that they were maybe exchanging words.
Okay. The man with the, well, how many of the men did you see produce guns?
1.
And what, if anything, did you see that man do?
He appeared to be closer to the El Centro apartments, and it was more of like a jump back and pulled out a gun and then fired twice, or appeared to fire twice. And then everyone just, the people that I could see dispersed very quickly.
You keep referencing the El Centro apartments.
Yes.
Is it possible for you to point the direction you're talking about on this exhibit where those apartments would be?
These ones here.
Okay. So the direction that you're talking about that person taking on the street, can you kind of show us with the pointer on this exhibit?
It happened inside a parking lot, so this looks different to how it did when I lived there. So, but it appeared that they could access, like ran through here towards Hollywood Boulevard.
Generally, are you saying though running away from Selma?
Yes.
Okay. And that the first person that you saw heading that direction was the man with the gun?
Yes. It's they kind of dispersed at the same time, and one went kind of through El Centro from what I could see, and the other went, it happened very fast.
Okay. You said it appeared that the man with the gun discharged the gun twice, were your words, correct?
Yes.
What about the situation made you believe that he had discharged it?
The sound?
Could you actually hear 2 gunshots?
Yes.
Okay. The same time that you saw that man with the gun doing that jumping motion that you talked about?
Yes.
Okay. With that, Your Honor, I'm going to mark my next exhibit, the DVD and the transcript.
All right, the DVD, this is the 911 call?
Yes.
All right, that will be People's 8. And the transcript is 9. Do you have enough transcripts for everybody?
I believe I do, Your Honor.
All right, Alice, can you distribute those, please? Yes, sir. We're missing one.
We got it.
Everybody's got a transcript?
There's only one audio recording on this, Your Honor. I'm just going to play it all the way through.
It's gotta be louder.
Hi, I live in the apartment on the corner of Argyle and Selma in Hollywood, and there's a student shooting.
Did you see anything or you just heard it?
Yes. No, like, we watched it.
Okay, what did you see?
There were 4 men, and they were kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned left on Selma, so we heard yelling and they started running, and they turned left into the back lot apartment for El Centro Apartments, and someone pulled out, the guy in the black sweatshirt pulled out a gun, and he shot, and I think the guy who shot was in blue.
All right, let's focus on the guy with the handgun. Was he black, white, black, Asian?
He was black, they were all black.
Everyone put their clothes back there, right?
He was wearing a black, he was wearing black, a black hoodie.
All black.
I was on the 7th floor, so this is just what I can see from the
Can you still know where you are, or do you know where he is?
No, they all ran away in different directions. 2 of them ran like towards the El Centro apartment, and the other 2 ran.
Let's focus on the guy that had the handgun. You know which way he went?
I think he went to the left.
I knew he was. I just saw all of them.
Yeah.
Okay,
Three ran towards Hollywood Boulevard.
all right, but I really want to focus on the guy that had the handgun. You said had the handgun, and I want to know which way he went. If you could tell me the direction of travel, did he go east, west, north,
he went north towards Lyme, but I'm not sure. That's where we kind of ran into our different.
Okay. And do we know if anyone's injured? Anyone found any medical assistance?
We're not sure. I saw someone go down, but there's a building in the way, so I'm not sure if they ran away.
Okay. And what's your name?
My name is Leah.
Leah. All right. And your phone number is
Yes.
All right. And just to confirm from where you are, from you can't see any victims down. You can't see anything in any of the belongings at all. You don't see anything there?
No, I'm on the seventh floor, so there's a building that kind of blocks it.
Okay. All right. No problem. I'll go ahead and I'll stop it. They can put that place. I'll go ahead and give us a call. Okay.
All right.
I think so.
All right, this is Martin Brown in the call. Have you ever heard that call before?
No.
Is that no?
That's no.
In the call, you described 4 men, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that the day of this incident, as you're talking to the 911 operator, your memory was better because you were observing it?
Yes.
Okay. The only other question I want to ask you to clarify is, in the call, you said 3 of the men ran towards Hollywood Boulevard. And I put People's One back up on the screen. From the parking lot that you're describing, where would the men have gone to go to Hollywood Boulevard?
I assume up the middle of the apartments. This was a very long time ago.
Okay, that's fair. But I just mean generally, it would be from the parking lot here towards the top of the page, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you actually see the police arrive after you called 911?
Yes.
Did you go down and speak to the police while they were there?
No, I said I didn't want to speak to them when they called me back.
Why was it that you didn't want to speak to the police officers?
Because I absolutely did not want to be involved. I was only calling in case someone was hurt.
I should ask too, the female voice that we hear on that call, do you recognize that to be you?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions for you.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Martin Brown. You and I have never spoken to each other, right?
We have not.
In fact, yesterday, you refused to speak with the investigator from the defense, correct?
Correct.
All right. People's Exhibit number 7, which is right behind you. Where is your balcony in that picture there? Can you see it from there?
Here.
I'm just, okay. Of course. Sure.
Here we go on the cross. He walked up close. He walked up on her.
All right. You know what? Yeah, that's. Small turn. Just before just circle that, please.
Which exhibit is that?
7. People 7. So you were there when you observed what you described, correct?
Correct.
And you said the vibe changed at one point?
Yes.
You could tell from up there that there was the vibe shift?
Yeah, they seemed to move further away from one another.
Okay. And where did the person you said you thought a person went down, where did the person go down?
From,
Take your point.
oh, sorry.
It's all right.
From where my balcony is, as you can see, there are some buildings.
Yeah.
So most of what happened was in further towards the center of the car park where there were no cars. When someone went down, they went near the cars and that obscured my view.
Show us at that point where all the stuff happened before you.
So in the middle here and then towards this kind of wall where the cars are parked as well. That
So-
kind of obscured a little bit at the end.
Just, Barbara, just focus on that for a second. So it's your testimony that what you observed from your 7th floor balcony all occurred inside the car park.
The last part, yeah.
Okay, the part where there was the scuffling, the sound of the gun.
Yes.
And 2 people and someone going down.
Yes.
That was inside the car park?
Yes.
Closer to the back wall of the car park where that tent is, that tent over there?
Indicating though.
No, it was kind of in this area from what I could observe. It appeared to be
This area meaning what?
in the middle.
Middle of the car park?
Yes.
Just so the record's clear, she first indicated what looks like a blue tent towards the back of the building. That's what counsel was asking about. The witness then indicated further up and she pointed the thing by a white pickup truck. Is that agreed, counsel?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. But right at that point,
Yeah.
point that you know. So around here, we're talking about what's what you saw from the balcony here?
Directly in the middle of the area, and then I could see, we could see the tail end of the parked cars when it occurred. So that's what obscured the end when someone fell.
So they weren't over here on the street, right?
Honestly, from that vantage point, it could have appeared that that street was part of it, but I thought it occurred in the car park. But again, I was on a 7th floor balcony.
Okay. Aside from that, by the way, who was with you? I heard no voice.
My ex-partner and my old roommate.
2 other people.
Yes.
And what's their names?
Do I have Joachim Unge, and then another friend of mine who does not want to be identified.
Okay, what was the first one? Sorry.
Joachim Unge. He's Swedish.
We have a spelling likely for the record.
Joakim Unge.
That's one individual?
Yes.
And there was a second one?
Yes.
And the second one,
She does not wish to be identified.
she told you that?
Yes.
She told you why she doesn't wish to be identified?
Probably because she doesn't want to be doing what I'm doing
Sure,
right
you
now.
told her that? Okay. By the way, we talked about it, and I heard on the 911 call, you said that there was a building that in part obstructed some of your view, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did anything else interfere with your ability to perceive that night?
Potentially.
Potentially what?
It was a Saturday evening.
Okay, what else happened on that Saturday that potentially would have impaired your ability to perceive?
So we were watching movies, and I had a hit of a joint.
You had what?
I had a hit of a joint.
So,
Hold on. She had a hit of the joint. So you was high? Hold on. You was high when you called to testify?
you had used a joint and marijuana?
Yeah.
You used marijuana that night before observing what you saw, correct?
Very lightly.
Very lightly, okay. Did you tell that to the police that night when they called you back?
No, I just said I didn't want to speak to police.
Okay. And I think you said on that 911 call, we just heard it, so I don't want to replay it for you, but the apartment you were at the time was up on the 7th floor, right? I had that right, 7th floor?
Yes.
Okay. And it was on the corner of Argyle and Selma?
Yeah.
And let's put up People's One. Can I do that for me?
She about to hit y'all with the bean. She about to hit you with the... I'm so high. I'm about to fall asleep on y'all ass. Are you high right
It
now?
looks like it's working down here. Is it? This is not past excursions. Is it possible you bump something?
They very well could.
We get more again. Did it? Okay, so that's, you saw that before people, so that's a little crooked. So just straighten it out for a second. That's people's one, correct? That's what you saw before, this map behind you, right? Miss Mark Brown?
Yes.
So, before hearing what you believed to be a gunshot or two gunshots, you saw people fighting in the street.
Having an altercation, yes. But I did say that part of it was obscured by the top of the car park's roof.
As a matter of fact, what you just said on that 911 call was that there were four men and they was kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned left onto South, correct?
Yes, correct.
And that was at the time?
Yes, it had just happened.
Right, so your recollection obviously would have been much better than
Yes.
today.
I have not, the first I've heard of this again was literally a week and a half ago, so you can excuse me for being a little shady on the details.
Oh, no, that's it's normal, right? I mean, obviously, it's almost 4 years later.
Yeah.
But, what he said back then on that 911 call would have been accurate,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
That's the durability anyway.
Yes.
Despite it, after you said those four men were kind of fighting, walking along Argyle, they turned left onto Selma. After that happened, you saw these people turn left onto Selma Avenue, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you heard yelling, according to your 911 call, right?
Okay.
And then you saw people starting to run, according to the 911, correct?
Yes, correct.
And according to your 911 call, only after you heard the yelling and saw people start to run, you saw what you believed being done, correct?
Correct.
And you told the police that after seeing someone pull out the gun, he shot it.
Yes, correct.
And to be clear, that happened after the people turned left from Selma Avenue.
Correct.
And the street they turned left onto before you heard the shot was Vista Del Mar.
I wasn't sure what the street name was, I just knew that there was like a car park there, but yes, if according to that map, yes.
Assuming that map is right. Vista
Correct.
Del Mar. Right, okay. Obviously, from your 7-4 balcony, you didn't see a bullet or anything come out of that gun, right? You just heard a sound.
I saw flashes.
Okay.
But I heard shots, I saw flashes, but I obviously can't see from that.
Correct. And obviously you didn't see anyone get hit in particular. And you thought you saw someone go down, right?
I saw someone go down. I didn't know if they'd been hit or not, and that's why I called 911.
Right. And you didn't know, and by the way, I think you said on direct here today, your testimony today, and again, I know it was several years later, it appeared someone may have had a gun involved, but you're not sure because you were on the 7th floor. You recall saying that this morning in your direct testimony?
Was that when you were talking, when they were talking about underneath the parking structure, or in the actual open? Because if we're talking about when there was the altercation on Argyle, then I couldn't have been sure because it was under a roof and I was on the 7th floor. But when it was in the car park, it appeared to be a gun. Because otherwise, why would it make noise and flash?
Okay. Now, it's your testimony that you saw someone going down during the incident.
Oh, I'm so
Your
sorry.
testimony that you saw someone going down during
Yes.
the incident. All right. And according to you, you think the person who was shot was wearing blue clothing.
I said that in the 911 call. As of this moment, I do not recall.
Yes. I know you'd be good with this walk around. No one suggested you should, as you sit here today, remember exactly what you saw back in November of 2020. I'm basing my questions and your answer on your 911
Yes.
call, okay?
Okay, perfect.
So what's in
Sorry.
that 911 call is really what we should be relying on, right? Yes.
Your Honor,
Yes.
Your Honor, that's an objectionable question.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, is there anything in your 911 call in which to correct today?
No, there's not. Again, I have been as accurate as possible with the time that has passed. I'm just here to give testimony and then leave, hopefully. Yes.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Anyway, according to your 911 call, you thought that person who was shot was wearing blue coat, right?
According to my 911 call, yes.
And then you said you believe all the people ran in different directions.
According to my 911 call, yes.
And you can't be sure, I guess, the direction you believe the person had the gun went, right?
According to the 911 call, yes.
At one point in your 911 call, you said you weren't even sure if the people ran away, right?
Correct.
And then when did they call you back? Is that what happened?
They did call me back, yes.
Okay. And basically there were officers at the scene at that point already?
I can't recall if the officers were already at the scene, but I do know that they were on their way.
Okay. And that's when the 911 operator asked if you would meet the officers?
Yes.
And you declined?
Yes,
right?
correct.
All right, thank you. Martin Brown, what goes away?
Thank you.
Mr. Zolnick?
No further questions.
All right, Mr. Martin Brown, thank you for coming in. You are excused. Next witness.
The next witness is Terrell Heflin. From the state and he's
Hey, witnesses, quick. Ain't playing no game. I would have had her up there for 3 days. What did you see? What color was he wearing? Do you see that up in it right now? Appreciate y'all being here, little family. A big shout out to our stream sponsors. Y'all show them some love. Chot D, FFS, and Jazzy T. Make sure y'all show them some love. Appreciate you, family. Going home. Look, he's smiling already. He's like, man, I'm going home. He asked me a question right when I was talking to him. Well, he already home. Think he's staying home?
Great. You need,
he's in down in the elevator somewhere.
Lady Justice is blind. Everybody can get it.
That would be the right front, the right left, excuse me, the right left side. Front. Okay, awesome.
Your mic just has water on it. Of course. Your mic just right across from you, please. And if you just right about there, raise your right hand for us, please. Thank you. You solemnly state that the testimony you've been given, the cause nothing before this court, should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please take a seat in the witness stand right over there. And please adjust the microphone and tell us your first name. After tell us your name, then spell it for the record.
Terrell Ephron, Terellepron.
There go your boy. There go your boy. Scrape knuckles. Let me see what them knuckles look like. He here, family. I didn't think he was gonna show up. He here. Let's get into it.
All right, Mr. Loman, the floor is yours.
In the hot seat. It's flaming. In the hot seat.
Good morning. Or good afternoon. Do you know the man seated at the table in the tan jacket?
Yes.
What's his name?
Rocky. Rakim Mayor.
Man, do you know him by any other nicknames?
He's up Rocky. Flacco.
How did you first meet him?
In high school, we grew up together.
How old were you, do you think, when you first met him?
Probably like 17, 18.
When you first met him, was he a well-known, famous rapper?
No.
I want to jump ahead to November 6th, 2021, the date of this incident. Do you remember approximately, or do you remember how old you were that day? How old were you on the day that this happened? Do you remember?
Probably 33, 32.
Okay. Would it be fair to say you knew him about maybe 15 years at that point?
Yes.
Over the 15 years that you knew him, were the two of you friends?
Yeah.
Can you describe the closeness of your relationship to him?
The whole 15 years?
Yeah, over the course of your relationship, sort of how it started and then how close you were throughout the 15 years.
Well, I mean, we started a collective, CashApp, which is a bunch of, how would you call it, like a bunch of people from New York that got different, see, I'm nervous.
It's okay, just take a minute, take a couple deep breaths. The relationship that you're describing in high school, were the two of you close friends? Like, would you see him every day? Or was this sort of a friendship where you knew of him but didn't really know him?
No, we knew each other. We knew each other. We knew each other very well. I mean, it was probably like 6 or 7 of us. 4 of them was rappers.
Do you think you'd see him every day?
Up until he got famous, yeah.
Okay.
Like a little bit until he got famous.
How long do you think you knew him before? I know it's hard to peg down exactly when someone becomes famous, but about how long do you think you knew him before he became famous?
7 years. 7 years.
And over that 7 years, it was a regular occurrence that you would be with him almost every day, correct?
Yeah.
Would you describe him at that time, the beginning of your relationship, as someone that was like a brother to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you started to tell us about ASAP. What does ASAP stand for?
Yeah, it means a lot of different things, but always strive and prosper.
Were you a member of ASAP?
Yes.
Within ASAP, did you have a nickname that you went by?
Yeah, really. ASAP really.
Was that something that started when you were in high school?
Yeah.
What year of high school, if you remember? Like, were you a junior, a senior?
Probably was like a senior.
Did you know someone by the name of Elijah Elanger?
Yes.
Was he also a member of ASAP?
Yes.
Did he have a nickname that he went by in ASAP?
ASAP Bills.
I'm going to ask you mark my next exhibit.
10.
Do you recognize the person depicted here in People's 10?
Yeah.
And who's that?
Elijah.
Okay. Is it easier for you to refer to him as Elijah, Bills? How do you want to refer to him?
Bills.
Bills? Okay. Was he one of the kind of original members of ASAP?
Yeah.
How would you describe for the jury your relationship or your closeness with Elijah or Ills?
I mean, it was pretty good up until the incident.
Would you, up until the incident, would you have considered him a close friend of yours?
Yeah.
Was he someone that you would talk to on a regular basis?
Yeah, I talked to him the night before the incident. I was at his house, actually.
Okay. Would it be fair to say, kind of up until the day of that incident, you've known him maybe approximately 15 years too?
Yeah, for sure.
Do you know someone by the name of Jamel Phillips?
Yeah.
And is he also a member of ASAP?
Yeah.
What, if any, nicknames does he go by?
ASAP Kobe.
My next exhibit.
Is anybody having trouble here? Everybody's okay? You're having some trouble?
Yeah.
Mr. Efron, could you try to speak up a little bit, please?
Finding our people's 11 year old.
Yes. What is it?
It's a one-page document, a single photograph, depicting 2 people. Mr. Efron, showing you the person on the left in this photograph. Do you recognize who that is?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Jamel, 12.
And kind of like the same question with Ills, what's the easiest way for you to refer to him?
I was never really that cool with him.
No, I mean, as we're talking about the different people involved in this, how do you want me to refer to him? Do you want me to call him 12? Do you want me to call him Janelle?
12.
Okay, 12. And the person who's next to him in this photograph, do you recognize that person?
Yeah, that's Rocky.
All right. You said regarding 12E that you were not as close to him, correct?
Is that yes?
Yes.
How would you put it in your own words, how would you describe your relationship with 12E prior to the incident?
I mean, there was never no problems, but I never wasn't that cool with him. Like, we really didn't interact that much.
Would Did you?
He wasn't like
somewhere?
He came kind of like later, so like I really wasn't like chilling with him or chilling with anybody who came after the fact. It was ASAP.
Okay. So what you're describing is kind of you and the defendant and Ills had known each other longer, and then 12B came after that core group was formed.
Yeah, so me, Jabari, Ills, and Rocky pretty much started ASAP.
Okay.
And anybody else who came after, if they wasn't like genuinely like trying to better themselves or do something other than like fooling around, kind of distance myself.
Okay. Is that, you mentioned the name Jabari. Who's Jabari?
What do you mean by that?
What's his name?
Jabari. That's the name. ASAP Bari.
Okay. Does he have any other nicknames in your life?
Youngwood.
Would he also have been considered part of the ASAP collective that you described?
Oh, yeah.
Within that collective of members of ASAP, were all the people that were members, were they all rappers?
No.
What were some of the other pursuits that members of ASAP would also pursue?
Fashion, producing, anything involved with like culture, really.
What, were you a rapper?
No.
What was your contribution to the group?
I was a manager. Not of ASAP, but I created my own company.
What was the name of your company?
Shut Up.
And when you say you were a manager, what does that mean?
I was scout for talent, like I had producers, I had artists. I helped actual ASAP members with stuff.
So the managing that you're talking about is all related to the music industry?
Yes.
And you're saying you would try to find people who are talented at different areas within music, like rapping or producing, correct?
Yeah.
And would you try to help get them projects?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. The person that you refer to as Jabari, did you also refer to him as Bari?
Yeah, Bari.
So if we say Jabari or Bari, we're talking about the same person?
Yes.
That person, Jabari, how close were you to him?
I would say we close, yeah.
Was he someone that you would see on a regular basis?
Yeah.
Did you have problems in the time that you knew him with him specifically?
Mm-hmm.
Is that no?
No.
Okay. Were you with Jabari the day before this incident on November 5th of 2021?
Yes, I was.
That day, November 5th, where in the country were you with Jabari?
We actually missed a flight. We were supposed to go to Chicago, but we was in LA.
Okay. So the whole time you're with him, you're in Los Angeles, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you live in Los Angeles at the time?
No.
What state did you live in November of 2021?
New York.
How long have you been in Los Angeles on November 5th, 2021? So if you can tell us the exact day that you flew in, that's fine, or if you can just give us an estimate of how many days you've been in Los Angeles.
Probably flew in, I think the 5th.
So that day?
Or the 4th, I don't know. Like, my artist was in town, so he was recording. So I don't know, it was a while ago. I'll have to look at text messages or something like that.
Okay. Would that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. May I approach him? Or, I'm sorry, you don't have to. Yeah, I apologize. Right there, you told us that. Refresh your recollection.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what days were you specifically in Los Angeles with your artist while he was recording?
Let me see that again. What day does it say?
What did you
Hold
on. What did you attempt to refresh his recollection
A
with?
text message.
Is it a screenshot?
Yes. I wasn't gonna mark it as an exhibit.
You don't have to. It's just used to refresh his recollection. It doesn't have to be an exhibit.
Yeah, take your time.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so what days were you in Los Angeles with your artist?
Probably got there the third day.
Okay.
Probably flew in the third. Because I got on the Airbnb. That's pretty close to my hotel.
Yeah, Troy, you got to keep your voice up. Try to your voice is soft, so try to speak into it.
So what I think you're saying is you arrived in Los Angeles, to the best of your recollection, November 3rd of 2021, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
And your artist, the artist that you were managing was recording music the 4th, 5th, and 6th, correct?
I believe so, yes.
How did you get to Los Angeles on the 3rd?
What do you mean?
Meaning you're from New York, how did you get here?
Oh, flew.
When you say you flew, did you fly on a private plane or on a commercial jet?
On a Delta. Commercial.
Did you have to go through airport security?
Yeah.
Okay, you said you met up with Jabari on November 5th in Los Angeles, correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall where you met him?
When I first met Jabari?
Yeah. Well, I
When
mean,
I first linked up?
that day, November 5th, where did you meet him?
In his apartment. I mean, in his house.
And is that in Los Angeles?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes? Is that
Yes.
While you were with Jabari that day, did you overhear a conversation between Jabari and the defendant, Mr. Mayers?
Yeah, we was on our way back from the airport, and he got a call from Rocky.
So the defendant called Jabari,
Yeah.
and can you describe for the jury how it was that you were able to hear the defendant on that call?
We was in the back of the SUV, and he got a call from Rocky. He put the phone on his stomach, so he was laying back in the truck, and he put his phone on his stomach and just was like listening, like talking to him.
Was the
I'm in the
phone
other chair.
Was the phone on speaker?
Yeah.
So you could hear both sides of the conversation?
Yeah.
What was the nature of the call between Jabari and the defendant?
It started off first, I believe, like Rocky was trying to get Bari to come to this complex con 10-year anniversary thing, and Jabari declined, and the conversation got kind of weird, like, and then Jabari says something like, "Oh, I see you got ills and 12E on the jet," and it became like an inside joke because Rocky hasn't hit them, and it just became an inside joke, kind of. So then Rocky's like, "Oh yeah, you know, I got my niggas with me, boom, 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 whatever." And then instantly after that, he says, "Fuck that nigga Relly." And I'm like, I'm sitting in the back of the chair, and I kind of get up, and I'm like, and then Barbie like stops me. He's like, and then I'm listening, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, I don't fuck with." Can I say what I want to say?
Yes.
Say it.
So he pretty much was like, "Oh, I don't fuck with that nigga. He mad emotional, like this, that, and the third." Pretty much. It was so long ago, but it was in the contents of that. And then Jabari's like, "What you mean you don't fuck with him?" And he's like, "I just don't fuck with him. I don't like that nigga. Like this, that, and the third." And after he said something about like it's so long ago, but he was like, I'll beat him up or something like that. So, you want to keep going?
Let me stop you. You said that you keep saying he said. Were those all things that the defendant said specifically?
Yeah.
So he was the one that said he doesn't fuck with you, correct?
Yeah.
Had you said anything at that point in the car that would have alerted him to the fact that you were actually in the car?
No, he didn't know I was there.
Did
I wanted to say something, but Ari was like kind of put his hand to the side to like my leg, you know what I mean? And I was just listening.
I'm assuming then that Jabari didn't tell him, I'm in the car with...
Oh, no.
Okay, so as far as you knew, the defendant had no idea that you were in the car.
No, he had no idea.
Other than the specific things that you already said he said about you, is there anything else that you can recall that the defendant said about you on that call?
Not at the moment. It was like 3 years ago. So like, I got anxiety. I got anxiety right now. So it's like,
in the past, have you said that on that call the defendant said, referring to you, he's a bitch?
Absolutely.
All right. At that moment, on November 5th of 2021, were you aware of tension between you and the defendant? At the point that the defendant is saying those things about you on the phone, were you also feeling tension in your relationship with him?
I mean, it's kind of always been like that. It's really hard having a relationship with Rocky.
Can you explain that?
I mean, you want to tell me my personal experience, or?
Yes.
I feel like he's fake.
How so?
He lies a lot. Like, I don't see him, so it's like, how are we gonna have a relationship? You know what I mean?
Is there anything specific that you can think of?
Yeah, with like my companies or just anything, like overall, like, you know what I mean? Like I had this one job I call him was the 6 month man, because I was seeing him every 6 months. You know what I mean? But then when you come around, it's like, it's fake. You know what I mean? Like, what are we supposed to be in this ASAP thing for? It's all smoke and mirrors.
Did you actually voice your displeasure
Oh,
to
yeah.
him?
Yeah.
How did you do that?
Through text messages. But nothing ever like threatening him or anything, just mostly telling him like, you gotta tighten up, this shit fake.
Oh, so he was missing Rocky. He missed his Rocky.
You would text message him and say...
And he won't text me back. He would never text me back.
Okay.
I'll probably see him and we'll have a conversation. He'll be like, he'll laugh, like, oh bro, you emotional or something like that. And intense, like, you know, shit like that.
When he calls you emotional, you heard that as an insult to you, correct?
Not really.
Okay, how did you take it?
Like he's trying to shoot me off. Like using that as like leverage to be like, not get business done, I guess.
All right, I want to direct your attention to the very next day, so November 6, 2021, the day of this incident. Where were you staying at that night in Los Angeles?
Staying at the Lowe's Hotel in Hollywood.
And that evening, did you have any plans to meet up with the defendant at all?
No, I haven't spoken to him in months, probably prior to that. I texted him, but he never answered me back.
You mentioned in your earlier answer that there was this event called Complex Concerts going on that weekend, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said the defendant was actually performing at that concert series, correct?
Yeah.
Did you have plans to go with the defendant to Complex Con?
No. I wasn't on that jet. I didn't get no phone call, so why would I, you know what I mean?
So that's, I guess, what I'm asking you to explain. As far as Complex Con, you had no plans to go there, and certainly not to go with him, correct? Did you have plans to go with Ills or with 12?
No.
What was your business in Los Angeles at that time?
Working with my artists.
And if you can recall, what are the hours that you're working with your artists?
Oh, I'm booked pretty much all day sessions. We was finishing up a mixtape for, I believe one of these labels wanted me to like show them like something like better than, because I had a couple songs, so they just wanted to see like a compilation of the work that I'm doing.
Okay. How long? You're saying hours, but how many hours would these sessions be?
I don't know. I would be in and out. I would never stay in the studio that long.
Okay.
I'm just looking for the artist.
At around 9:23 that evening, did you receive a series of calls and text messages from the defendant, Ills and 12E?
Oh yeah.
At the time that you were receiving those communications, what were you doing?
I was sleeping.
Mark my next exhibit, Your Honor. 12. It is a single photograph, a screenshot of a call log.
Hey, yo, so check this out, family. Y'all, please don't be mad. Don't kill me, right? I got something to tell y'all. I was not aware. I mean, I was aware, but I was not considering the fact that this trial is on the West Coast. So their time is different. I'm thinking, you know, because usually they about 3:30. Shoot, I'll be on my way up out of here. I mean, they be done because court be over. But anyway, sorry for the abrupt stop. I'm going to have to pause here and continue the rest tonight. But I do got to redirect for y'all. So once I end this, it'll send y'all straight to Cat's channel. So y'all could go over there for those who watch. And for those who don't want to go over there, I will be either going live tonight to finish the rest, or I will finish it tomorrow when they go live tomorrow. So I appreciate all y'all being here, family. Sorry for the abrupt stop. But I got to go, family. 3:30, that's my drive time. I got to go hit the road real quick. And so hopefully I'll see y'all tonight. If not, I'll see y'all tomorrow. And other than that, this will redirect y'all to Cat Not Williams channel. I appreciate all y'all being here. Much love, much love. Shout out to our stream sponsors for the day. Y'all show them some love. Appreciate y'all, family. And other than that, I got to go, family. Much love, much love. Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Come and tap in the most interactive. I am the flesh. Chasing down my goals, I self-law, am master, supernatural disaster, metaphysical reactions. I am the flesh, I am the God. No one got the lab on lockdown. Talking hot winters and cold summers. Black Force Ones when we slide in the streets. We all stay home at a club jumping. What up, cousin? I see you, fam. Throwing slime corners when I watch the trial. Leos be capping, chatting action. Come and tap in the most interactive. I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh. I am the God.
Lost every leg, don't tap in. God bless, scared every rap in. If you like us, go with the lights up. You can sub, you can share, tell them pack in. From the left, right, front to the passenger side. It's right here, the premiere. How you know? Cause them boys broadcast to the live. Wanna talk about it, hit the link right here. Slide coins up, got 100 bands. Mars eyes, watch how the check. And the band made love to a bomber head. 2 bands do a dance like check. I'ma keep going till a motherfucking tie. You what? I'm motherfucking tired. Slide brothers out, could we rain down game? Like, what you mean? Just watch the rise. Watch the rise. Watch the rise. I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh. I am the God. Flesh of God. I am the flesh.